Hey y'all, how you doing today? Can you hear me? Can you see me? just, just always out there, just pulling a bender at the stage. Well, hello to everybody. It is good to see you all. Today is going to be quite the day. Thank you for joining me. So I figured today what we would do. There's an echo on my voice. Is it bad? No, where did that come from? Clan members, what can you do? Is everybody experiencing this echo? Let me know. How about now? Did that happen to change anything? I'm just trying to figure out what the heck would be causing it. Oh, does it sound bad? That's no good. This is a bummer. I'm sorry. That's odd. I'm wondering what's causing it. Gives a real vibe to the stream, huh? Well, real quick, let's just see if we can't. All right. What about that? Did that do anything? See, worse than evil. He likes my look. Okay. I feel like that's well, that's guys on here a good bit these days. I feel good now. I will tell you all, though it was telling those in the member stream last night that this was bad. This was a bad one. I had a really very odd type of sickness. One I don't normally get. Normally, when I get sick, I get I'll have like it'll end up in my nose and my allergies and my throat and stuff. That's typically where it goes. And every once in a while, I'll get pains too. But this time, for whatever reason, like it was like I felt like there was like a big balloon in my brain. There was like pressure. It was really hard to get anything done. So now still echo crap. Stage is packed. Well, I mean, everybody wants to get their drink on at this hour. Come on. This is going to be probably as good as I can do for the echo for right now. Without like going into deep surgery for it, I will try to correct it for next week. Hopefully, it's just it's passable. So there are a few things I wanted to go over, though. Now, first of all, consider that anybody that's played through the 1999, like the campaign in its entirety, with dealing with the kinemantic messages and stuff like that. If you've done that, you already know that amongst all the places that the proto frames could want to be interested in, let's say, right? The one that keeps getting brought up by pretty much everybody. In fact, so much so that the new proto frames even know about it and come asking. Kind of said to me a long time ago that Duviri is at least on the radar to come back at some point. But again, I have nothing to go off of. And to be completely honest with you, at that point, I was hoping and I was actually kind of assuming that 1999's content would last the entire calendar year. Like that's literally so it's really what I was hoping for. Because kind of like Duviri, we're leaving 1999 with a ton of things left unsaid. You know? So with that in mind, I'm confident if we do end up going back to Duviri for real, if that is real, and I'm going to show you guys, I'm going to show you all some proof too, the other stuff, not just the kinematic stuff. There's one line in particular I'm trying everywhere to find, and I can't find it. I know, I think the Drifter says it to Kaya, but I can't seem to find it in the kinematic or the Cumulacrum. Now, yeah, I did put a link to the Cumulacrum in the description of the video, so if anybody wants to kind of follow along and look and check things out, you can just get a link right to it right there. But there is there's one line where one of them says, or the Drifter says to one, I could have sworn it was Kaya, but I can't seem to find it for whatever reason. But he says, I don't know, but I think I have to bring him back to Duviri. Meaning that there's something within Duviri Albrecht has to go back to, right? So that was like the first thing, and I'm going to try to find it here, but you know, again, we have all the Duviri. Excuse me, Necromite, get the hell out of the way. I'm trying to do my show, bastard. Anyway, see, all eyes on me, especially in the top right corner. Then we had the reveal of, and I will go through this. We're gonna do, today is going to be an all Duviri day, because even if we don't go to Duviri, there's still all kinds of stuff there to talk about. I was actually thinking about this last night during the member stream, that there's a literal metric shit ton of stuff in Duviri to speak about, with all kinds of little clues towards things and little allusions to other things, and like a potential, like, you know, kind of dual world situation with potentially people on both sides of it that have like a counterpart. We are even, I think, you guys, I know a lot of you are going to love this. I think somehow we're going to speak to Rel. I think Rel's story is not complete yet, or at least it was complete, but now it's going to need to be re-upped again. And I've actually presented a little bit of my evidence for that last night in the member stream. But the main thing, there's a ton of it actually, but the main one that just really kind of got me, right? And I don't know how to come to grips with this. Aside from it's just the people who write the dialogue for DE, just like it felt right in their head to make this. But everybody remembers the line within the New War, where we get to see for probably the first time the operator meeting the man on the wall. And the man on the wall says, time's up, or no, he said, wait, yeah, time's up, kiddo. I can save them, all of them, but you have to want it, right? And so for the longest time, I just always assumed it was like, hey, that was what happened to us. But after replaying the Chains of Harrow, Palladino uses that exact same verbiage, but to speak about Rel. So unless there's a possibility that the entity that she was speaking to was somehow the Drifter, which I don't think that's the case, and especially because we have this instance of another entity in Duviri that pretty much, I mean, come on, if it's not, if it's doesn't have a tie to Rel, then I would actually say this is kind of like we're getting close to like not great writing because the two are so similar.
In the splendid lands on this side of the wall lives happy Mathilla, and she has 2 children. She also had a husband in her yesterdays. When I have attempted to talk to her about him, she has simply frozen, like a rat before a snake. His name was Garmi, and he was keeper of the Seriglass Lighthouse on Watcher's Island.
Seriglass Lighthouse. Seriglass is associated with Entrati. Now, you could make the argument that the Seriglass right there was something that the scholar created in Duviri, but I would also make the argument that, considering that we know Entrati moved from the origin system at some point to Duviri, that the Seriglass Lighthouse was something that essentially Entrati put into play. Now, we'll keep going here for a second.
The lighthouse served no true purpose, yet he kept its lamp burning, beaming out into the void as if to call travelers home. Now, before his death, Garmi confided in me that he felt his role was important. He was keeping it at bay. Void storms were not unknown in Duviri, but the storm I shall speak of was unlike others. It hung in a red veil across the sky. There was a great sound like tearing metal, and all at once a pelting rain fell. Not water, but broken metal chains in lengths and coils and great rattling whip strands.
So, I mean, as I understand this, now check it out. This is kind of what I was heading towards. If consider for a second, and I do agree. I saw this earlier that someone said that yes, no, that wasn't Rel, that was the man in the wall, and I agree with you. But let me speculate a story out to you just for a second, and just open your minds, right? So, Rel, one of the points of Rel that they make is that Rel is incredibly intelligent. It's especially within the confines of space and time, because he makes a couple little insinuations about the Brankel gap constant and this bull crap and everything else, right? And also in the web comic, you see him essentially attempting to confront. That's the beginning of the confrontation of him and the man in the wall, right? So, because we know that someone from the origin system, or I think it would be even easier from the void, which is the wall, okay? That's the idea that they keep within the, like, Palladino and, I mean, I guess you could say this is Akrathis speaking here, but they both speak about the other side. And when we go into the Duviri quest, that's the exact same thing that they talk about. On the other side of the wall, on the other side of the wall. So there's our origin system, and the void between us and Duviri, us and 1999, I think, is essentially the wall, if you will, right? And there's both sides of it, and they both kind of speak to each other in ways. Now, I think it's very possible that what essentially Red Veil, what happened, because they say in the Chains of Harrow that Rel came to them and asked that he be chained with his Warframe. So one of the things that I think a lot of people, myself included, like assumed is it's like, okay, well, how did he get it right away? And the idea is it's very possible. Consider that Rel basically came back. It's very possible that Entrati, and I would say almost certain that it was Entrati that was the one who provided him, because essentially they did the same thing. And I would even make the case that it's possible that Entrati took Rel to Duviri. He changes his name to Garmi. And now, check this out. Harrow's specific powers are about trapping and holding things down, right? And that's exactly what happened to the man in the wall when it occupied the Warframe. I think that Rel, perhaps calling himself Garmi at this point, and Entrati came up with a plan. Now, this would be original Entrati. Came up with a plan to essentially trap it. And it worked. Okay? So essentially, they didn't kill it, but they trapped it. Now, we get into the Chains of Harrow quest, and what happens to us as the operator? We don't get like we don't get a distress call. What we get is like an all points bulletin across all channels of the syndicate. But what it plays is essentially a recording. It's not like Red Veil is asking for help or anything else like that, or even directing us. It's almost like there's something else that's pushing this transmission out. And it calls us into the situation. So essentially what ends up happening is I think the trapped man in the wall now made somewhat like, so it was completely locked off with all the Tenno essentially asleep in the dream, right? And you had Rel trapped with Entrati within a very specific Warframe. And I would argue that it might even be the reason why, up to this point, where we've seen the indifference occupy many vessels, it hasn't yet attempted to occupy a Warframe. And I think the reason might be because it's scared to death of doing it again for fear of getting trapped, because it's already been through that once. But like I was saying, so when we get awoken to our true powers, you know, in the War Within, that kind of wakes up the entity that was completely closed off within the Harrow Warframe. But it was still trapped. So it utilized some form of something to send out this message and get us to get involved. So then once we get involved, the entire time, and I mean, Palladino says it multiple times too, that that's not Rel. that's something else. And also that even when in the beginning it's like she says, "Oh child, I knew at some point the void would crush you." So at the end of the day, what I think is Kimulakum Kaya rank 4 convo 4. You are the bestest. Yes, you found it. Where's the thing where he says? Sorry, I'm just looking for this one piece of dialogue here. Where essentially he says he says we have to go back to. I mean, there's she even says here. It says, "Look out." I think I have something that can help you. There's this place I know. I guess where I'm actually where I'm from actually, Duviri, and it's still there even though I'm gone in the void. And the system where the other kid is, it's a place I've been. All your footsteps really are the key to me following safely, you know. It's like a big glowing voidy exit sign when it comes to particles being attracted to their next form. Sorry, but what is a Duviri? A state of matter? It's in many ways my true home where I grew up. It's in the void. We don't get a lot of visitors these days, though. Roll out the red carpet in case I show up. I don't go there back. I don't go back there often. Is it even still there? How can you be sure? I think so. I would know if it disappeared. If I left, I would know if it disappeared if I left. Would you? There's a school of science that might expect the observation of Duviri to be key to its existence. Um, did you find it there? Like, I don't know. I can't. I got to figure out which thing I got to go through to get the specific thing. But essentially, what it does say is that we have to go back and take Intrati with us. Ah, when we find Albrecht, we'll have to take him back there or something. I don't really have a plan yet. There it is. That was the thing that made me send that tweet out when everybody else seemed to think that we were going to Tau, which, again, we might still go to Tau, right? Heck, we might do both because within Duviri, there are references to Tau. So, but kind of getting, did everybody get a chance to look at this? Well, anti-hero, I think there, you might be onto something there. Well, you know what? Here, I apologize, everybody. Let me do this too. I know that this makes it a lot better for viewing after the fact. And some people do like to come back to these, so your questions are many times just as important or more important than my answers. Oh, yeah. Zerg, yeah. Eleanor's basically already, she's done the same thing that, Yonta did. Okay, so we got all this right here, right? Well, Eternally was nice enough to send me something else. Now check this out. Ready? This was from the last dev stream, I believe. Uh That's, you know, that's pretty definitive. You really can't really get much more, you know, literal right there. It's it. Maybe Entrati will. That's right, the dream, right? Nico, no. The drifter and the operator are the same. They're the same. They have the same power. I would actually argue that if you really want to get down to it, right? I would argue that the operator is more powerful. And the reason why is a couple things. One, I'm still not 100% sure that the operator is even human. It might be a complete void copy because it sure acts like that, right? But one that doesn't know it's a copy. Yeah, just like Eleanor said. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter because I think that there are aspects of the indifference that don't necessarily follow it. The idea for the indifference is to bring it's the same thing as Entrati, end as it begins, right? So what it looks like, especially with the dialogue that we get from the Lotus, with her wanting to take the child back, right? That says to me that what the indifference's plan is to bring all of its heralds back in to form the whole again, which is exactly what it tries to do within the Whispers in the Walls, with bringing the fragmented tide together. Like, it wants to bring all of its pieces back to one. And we do know that there's multiple ones. There's like our operator one, and then there's like the Entrati's one, and then there's the Lloyd's one, and there's probably a Rosalka's one, and there could be a Lotus one. Technically, there's probably, if you really want to think about it this way, there's probably a tag for Fibonacci and what's the other one's name? The Bird 3. There's probably one for them. I would imagine Eulyria's got one. I mean, she's been in the door so many times. How And then there's the finger, which we were told was so important, right? All right, let me get to the thing that's on the screen here that I did want to kind of get to, because I'm way off of there. So at the end of the day, the indifference contacts us, speaks through Palladino, and what's interesting is almost all of the dialogue that Rel actually says are just memories. They're not actually like the indifference speaking to us, at least in the beginning. The only time that the indifference actually like speaks directly to the player is at the very end, whenever it says, "I'm asking the questions now," and that's whenever Palladino was like, "Hey, by the way, remember when I said earlier that this wasn't Rel, that this was something else? Well, it's definitely now. I know it's not Rel, so deal with this." And then we got to deal with it. But I think that, like everything else, was part of its plan to be freed. Because think about it, we're the only one, the Tenno at least, are the only ones who could open up the chains. So now it latches on to us. Now here's something interesting. Ready for this? Who calls the operator at the beginning of Whispers in the Walls. I'm getting real deep into this so far. So, everybody that I've missed, I do apologize. Thank you very much for joining me today. Um, we're going into all the different reasons why I think that we're going to be going to Duviri and also some interesting little ties. Necroloid, but it's not Necroloid, it's the sequence. It's the sequence. The sequence is what makes everything happen. And at the very end, we get that little bit of dialogue where it says the sequence was completed. Well, in what way? Floppy, so I think, so again, now hear me out on this. This with the whole trapping of the indifference. I think because what Rel is big on and known for is two things. One, essentially emotional stability, almost emotional resistance in this case, which would put, in my opinion, given what we've seen over the body of work of the indifference largely works by creating emotion in others, be it positive or negative. It is attracted to those types of things. Now, someone like Rel would be very resistant to that sort of thing, and almost a perfect type of warrior against what was being thrown at him. So we know that Rel came back essentially. If we're talking about Team, I'll get to that in a second. If we're talking about the dialogue from Palladino, it's funny because I wonder if Rel was essentially, for some reason, Margulis did not want to take Rel in. It could be because of a, overwhelming connection to the void. And I know this is, again, I can't get over the pieces of dialogue. I just can't do it. During the Chains of Harrow, Palladino says 2 different times, she says, he saved us, all of us. And then later, once we break the chains, and Rel comes out and says, well, who will deal with the man on the wall? And she says, they'll have to, all of them. And I can't help but keep pushing it back to what the man on the wall said to us. And then if you take all of that in and add the fact that throughout all different types of experiences, the lead up to the new war, whenever we had the Chimera prologue, you have the thing at the end of the sacrifice where the indifference says to us, our character says, I killed him, Isa. And the man on the wall's like, did you now? Is that how you remember it? And he says, yes, this is good. And to me, that's the test of trying to emotionally manipulate and how well it's going to work. So, what if, now this is super speculation, what if Rel was the original deal maker and we all saw essentially what his experience was? We took on Rel's original thing as the memory. The indifference used that as a method of essentially manipulating. But hear me out before you say anything. another little piece of information that I never was able to deal with, right? Was that our particular Tenno, the one that seemed to be very emotionally distraught in what we see in Duviri, right? Where essentially like the Tenno is holding their head down, and they had such a powerful emotional outburst that they actually were supposedly able to create Duviri, right? So that was supposed to be our Tenno. That's who we are. Yet, if you go into the new war with that scene, if you look around, literally every other Tenno in that room, every child is freaking out. They're either consoling each other, crying, they're moving around like just like with their hands over their ears. But there's one Tenno who basically keeps it all together. And to me, the idea that our operator was just so calm in that scenario, like just had a plan for everybody. Hey, don't worry about it. It's all good, blah, blah, blah. You know, well, that doesn't match up with the drifters, like what happened with them. So now again, that was heavy speculation, but it's just the ways by which these words are being used, they're so close. They're almost the same thing. And typically when you see that sort of stuff in the same type of media, it means something. It usually does. Doesn't always. Doesn't always. So, yeah, but Z-File, that Rel was cast out by the other Tenno after the deal. We know that from the Rel webcomic, where essentially there was another Tenno that was trying to pull Rel in with the rest of the group. And one red-eyed Tenno says, no, not him. He's different. Well, see, that's the other thing, too, that we think about is that when you say Zariman, you could be talking about Tau. You could be talking about the Zariman itself, which I would go back there, too, because I still think like there's so much story at the Zariman 10-0 that's still left unsaid. Like, we've gotten tiny little bits and pieces of the what really transpired. But again, what I'm talking about here is a perfect example of how muddy that situation still is, that like there's a legitimate possibility given the very dialogue within multiple quests tying together that what we know of what happened at the Zariman may not even be the full actual real story. All of our operators could have just been beneficiaries of the gift. Essentially, we were changed because of one Tenno. And in this regard, it would actually make the story make more sense. Because if there was another Tenno that didn't play the player character at all, that was the one that was responsible for the original deal, that would allow all of us Tenno to exist and not have to have like our own story, like worlds and stuff. You know, like literally it would be the exact same thing that we saw in the sacrifice. Something putting a memory into our own head and us taking it on as our own and not even questioning it. Well, what is the dream? What we're going to do we're gonna go into Duviri, and we're gonna look around. I'm just gonna have a little bit of fun. We're gonna see all the sights. Um, chill, but we're gonna do like a little lore round because I think that's. I really do think that this is where we're heading. I hope we're headed back here. I love this place. Not to mention. Oh, wait a second. Dude, I haven't yet seen him with swords on. Shit. He looks better. I didn't think it was possible, but yeah. Yep, he actually looks more hard. So I wanted to bring... Oh, nice. I can bring a mirror in. That'll work. What do we got? I don't really want that. I'll take that. Oh, the Grimoire? Yeah, sure.
The Prince of Fire.
I'll do a run here first,
Hear
and then
now
if
of the one they
people
called
want to join in
Logan,
for a run too.
The high and mighty prince of nothing. For within him burned a fire and a fury he could not control.
Another day. Another insult to my dignity. My right. Return me to my
Yeah,
place,
I know I did.
suffer
I forgot the loot, but I don't know. It's fine. This is more of a. This is more of a. Let's say I'm like tour guide instead of me actually grinding today. What we really want to try to get, if possible, is the decree to get my running speed up. That'll make this so much more enjoyable. Yeah, that'll help right now, I think. You would just join me in one of the things here, right? There's a lot of people. That's me. Stay down, you big lummox. Give it to me. All right, we'll take this for now. So, what we want to do here is look around and try to find some of the better views, if you will.
Bring on the big worm. Get it over with.
See, like, okay, so hear me out, right? It's like all the people know about the cycles too, and it's like identical to how Halvania is. Like they know that hey, here comes the worm, and then there's something else, and come on, get to the next thing.
Is torture.
And like even the way that this citizen talks about Duviri, and that this is torture. Letty speaks the exact same way about Halvania when she starts to kind of realize that, hey, if we're just gonna keep reliving our lives over and over again, like what's the point of even living? Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about Soulframe when it releases. I really like to see it on console. It'd be so much easier. And maybe it will be at some point. We'll have to see. I'm hoping they do that. Did I hit that?
There goes that drifter again.
Here I am. Like you guys never know what to call me. Sometimes it's sire, sometimes it's drifter. I don't quite get the disconnect. Take that though. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I'll take that. Well, I mean, again, you got to remember too that like people in Duviri are they're created. Like I don't think that anybody gives this place the credit that it deserves for how crazy it is here. Like, first of all, it is a really odd conglomeration of things. I mean, you can clearly tell that this was inspired, by the books of Duviri and whatnot, right? But at the same time, then there's all this Zariman architecture, like interspersed within it, which really I would imagine would speak to the mindset of the drifter at that point, kind of wanting to be in two places at once, seeing essentially the collapse and the destruction of the Zariman and how like messed up it is, and not necessarily being able to take their mind off it per se, but like really, really, really wanting to do whatever they can to not think about it and put their mind in a completely different, like a completely other place altogether, right? Okay. And then like you have the whole this like emotional spiral, which is another odd thing to consider, in the fact that like when you really think about it, like why would a child create like these areas with 5 different things? Like, again, I get it that that's how the book is, but at the same time, this is a complex place for a child. I'm just gonna say it's pretty complex. I guess that'll keep me from dying and not looking like an idiot. So maybe we should do that one. Where's the thing? I just want to get a couple get a couple buffs together and get, if I can possibly get my speed up, that would make this so much more enjoyable. Because, I mean, really, like, if you think about it, this place is amazingly detailed. Like, books aren't detailed like this. You know what I'm saying? So, like, really, in the grand scheme of things, like, this is a monumental achievement. And dare I say, has anybody else other than perhaps Albert and Trotty been able to create something, like, do anything like this? It's not like, well, I guess the other person would be like Protea, huh? Or Parvus. But I mean, it's Protea, really. But I mean, again, that's a specific, power set. So the idea that just some random child was able to do this is it's pretty substantial, and is another reason why I would really like to come back to Duviri, because I feel like there are a ton of different parts to this story that are missing, like all kinds of parts to this story. Well, Reverend, I think you're gonna get what you're asking for, but I'm not sure. Hey, Hester, how are you? From all the NPCs, only Sithel has more awareness than the rest, even hearing the rap tap. That's true. She does. It's a weird thing because it's like, who are these people? It's one thing to have what I would call like NPC type individuals, where you see like most of the people in Duviri, I would say they fall into that category. Even the guards and whatnot. I mean, think about it. Like these guys, I highly doubt that they're going back to a family here. They look like they were purpose built for what they're doing. So it does kind of put this whole area in like a lot of flux as to what they understand about things, but it does make it really interesting that in a lot of situations, like, they are very curious, and they're also a lot more, the people of Duviri are a lot more accepting. Maybe because they're used to just craziness 24/7. I don't know. Better get my 9 souls skills back in play there. A little dodge action. Gonna give it to me. Ooh. That's a good one. It's all good. I'm going to be here for a little bit anyhow in this first run, because what I'd like to do, if at all possible, is see the different spirals. A couple of them at least, Using our good old Tenno abilities here that we learned in the War Within. Hey, come back here. What was that? Get over here. Get in my belly. Like, if I'm not mistaken, though, these worms here, they are an invasive species to Duviri, which is interesting that we are trying to help them. +1 jumps is not bad, but it's not really what I want. Yeah, screw it.
Fix this blasted generator. I'm going to find whoever let it break down in the first place. And, whip them raw!
He's extra, you know? He's real extra about it. Oh, Frank, the never-ending story? Yeah, it looks a lot like that, doesn't it? That's an absolute classic. You get a pretty good view right here. That's another thing too. Like, it's just such an odd thing that. First of all, what's crazy to me is that this thing is clearly plugging the hole in the wall, right? But wouldn't you think, like, what happens? Because, like, if you're on the Zariman, you can, like, see into Duviri, right? So, like, what if, like, as the operator, what if I just kind of, like, took a spaceship and... Excuse me, I'm trying to speak here. That posture. Posture my butt. I love the deluxe skin for Calervo. It looks awesome. And where it's, I wouldn't call it like a complete, like, super overhaul from, like, the normal skin. It's different enough, and it actually takes the original design and I think just kind of makes it better in every little facet. So yeah, it's nice. That one's a good one. Whip them WWE Raw. Yes, here it is. There we go. That's what we want. Whoop. I don't know. Yeah, you're the only one left who can drive that damn thing. You gotta move it out. I don't care where side you put it on. You can put it on the other one side or the other side. Just get it out of there. I don't really use any of the abilities actually, so. You did Shadowfax, the Lord of all horses, and a trusted friend. Oh, they're coming. They're not going to take no for an answer. Oh shit. Let me just unlock this thing real quick, guys. Continue. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate that. It's nice. So you can tell they know who the king is. This is just all big. It's just a show. It's all performative. I'll take 2 decrees, certainly. I'll take that one. Zerg, it's just that's a good skin. Like, I like those type of skins because you kind of want to get away from the base skin in a lot of situations, right? Yeah, I don't think I want that one. Let's take one of these. Take that. Oh, no, this is an interesting one. Up to this point, this is like the only... Oh, no, I thought this was the one with the operator on the other side. That's the only time you actually can see the operator on the other side, which is kind of cool. There's a tiny, tiny, tiny Easter egg type similarity in the back rooms. If you have your operator on, right, and you go to the back rooms, you will see... You can't actually use your operator in 1999, but you can see them through the mirror that's in the back rooms there. Which makes me wonder, like, that poor kid, what's he doing? Like, he's just sitting there doing nothing. Oh, there he is, yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, man, you look good, dude. Like, if you see this in the distance, you're like, shit. We might have to rumble. Yeah. Okay, that's enough. But you look good, dude. Come on. Where was the purples? I didn't see the purples. Oh, wait, here's one. That was weird. Certainly take that. Yeah, literally. He tries to go to the back rooms and ends up in the back rooms. You can't make that up. Trying to just think of the little things that I've noticed along the way that I'm hoping to find. There is one in particular of a Zariman tablet. I like how you have to get a decree in Duviri to gain the ability to double jump. This is not where I thought it was. I don't think, at least. No. Yeah, but then how does the decree get them to double jump? That's the question. Like, I can totally see, like, added weapon damage and stuff like that, but, like, how did you get that other jumpy? And then you can get 2 jumps. Probably get 3 jumps, I'll bet. Or is it just 2? Damn, I can't even see that one. Oh, it's all the way over here? Damn, this is a far one. Wait, where's the other one at? Did you get the other one? Oh, nice. Maybe that's the reason why I couldn't see it. Oh, okay. You're looking pretty good, too. Mm-hmm. All right, there's something else I have to mention here too that y'all are gonna love.
As the never-to-be king's fortune rose, so too did his fire, his indignation, his anger.
All right, check this out. Ready? Why? I don't know if I can't think of any other character that has this interaction. But why is it at the end of a cycle with Thrax and Rel that at the very end of the thing, they both said that they were sleepy? When you do the final card game with Rel, there's only one choice that you can make. Essentially, there's 3 cards that come up, but they're all sleepy. And I always find that interesting that Thrax, at the very end of his cycles, he's like, why do I feel sleepy?
What do I think? I think you know what I think.
Well, yeah, I do. I made you. That's what you say, at least. Oh, wait, did I go the wrong way again? It's nice having friends. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Victor's kind of low-hanging fruit, though, because the way I see it, you would have a hard time convincing me that Victor doesn't have some connection to the indifference. Like, I realize that they've never really said anything in game, but for him to be that close with the indifference, first of all, right? And secondly, for it to essentially kind of reveal its voice.
I find one citizen willing to support my claim.
I don't know.
And the bastard Dax are trying to
There's
kill
definitely
him.
something wrong with Victor.
Keep him alive.
Yeah, but Haster, but Thrax doesn't die. And no, it wouldn't be waking from a dream. He would be going into a dream. I don't know. To me, that just seems like a very, very odd, another odd thing that keeps leading me back to thinking Rel has way more to do with this whole thing. And it would make so much more sense, too. I mean, it really would. I should have taken the gold one there, but whatever. Well, that's true. That's true. But then we kill Thrax literally every time we come into here. And I'm not saying that maybe in a way that we don't. To me, it's very interesting that those two characters share that interaction after they've been, let's say, relieved. Adam, absolutely. Actually, that there's a whole other thing going on there. So there is the man on the wall speaking, or the rap tap tap, Rel speaking in the radio, but also the fact that the radio doesn't say anything at all, ever, until you're in the quest, and then it just tells you about the online boys, just literally out of nowhere. Now, again, you could make the argument that, like, oh, well, it's a, it's game mechanic or something like that, but it's pretty.
You have saved nothing.
So everything was met with anger, and anger was his undoing.
The imp allows chaos to brood under his very nose. If I had my way, I'd have all those Undercroft portals.
I mean, you can take that word relieved in a couple different ways.
Get in
It's up to you how you want to go
Find out
about it.
what's wrong this time.
We got to get into the deep caves. That's where the good stuff lies. And that's not that. Oh, I agree too. I think there's a whole lot wrong with Holvania. Let's get some more decree juice. I think it is. I think we got one spot. Well, send me a friend invite. I will definitely take that. Yeah, I think that too. Why not? Want to do the Undercroft? Do you think Amir? What do you think Amir thinks right now? Like he's here now. This is your shot, buddy. What do you think? You get a couple seconds of it. Hope you enjoyed. It's like a Tenno death squad. That's pretty much, this is like what, in ways like what the Orkin had to deal with. Did you? You know what, Timo? It could be because it's on the other account, because I use the second character too for essentially like, I guess what you would call old quest purposes. We can get another group in here. Again, I would like to see another spiral today. So that being said, I do want to kind of see what's up with all of this place first and get the fruits, you know. Oh yeah, I gotta, now that I've made it a thing.
Right on time.
He made it.
They are hostile, aren't they?
They sure are. What did you do? Oh, here comes the Tenno Death Squad. Come mop up.
Friend of mine. Until next time.
Let's just see what we got here. Oh, okay. Keep going back to the same damn cave. Let's get the map out here. I'm going to head to, I believe. Oh, I guess we can. Everybody wants to see this anyhow, so might as well go to see old Calervo. Almost looks like a face. There's like an eye there. There's an eye there. Maybe I'll see that. I do think this is one of the coolest views. Pardon. This is rough sailing for these guys. I feel bad. This is the fun of Duviri, too, when you start getting just ridiculously overpowered. So good. Yep. We'll get it, like I said, we'll get a whole different group in on the next cycle. In fact, how long until the next cycle shows up? Anybody have that information? Like I said, I'd like to get into a couple of them here today. Now, where was that waypoint?
Let's go.
Now, is that same one? Yeah, that's the same one. Just making sure. $30 minutes, okay. Well, I don't know that we'll be in here this whole time, but definitely, like I said, I want to. Today's stream is going to be mostly centered around Duviri because I really do think we're headed back. I'm really, really hoping that we get the other islands, or at least more information on what happened to the other islands. Because the idea that even whenever you consider that,
hapless beast,
oh,
sorely afflicted.
okay.
Help them, oh please.
Well, let me do this
help
first.
them too. He has most fearsome fangs, doesn't he? Do be careful, outlaw.
Oh,
Outlaw,
you're already there?
I think you should perhaps now take the matter more firmly in hand.
Now, fool Calervo, for your crimes, do you feel the lash?
And then here he is, the warden. I did see the dev stream.
He feels your wrath, Drifter. Yes, continue. Tame his.
Drifters, sir. You're not used to dealing with 2 Tenno. 3 Tenno.
Just one more defeat amongst countless, Calervo. When, oh when, shall you learn this most obvious of lessons and remain low?
The other thing, too.
Calervo, kneeling? What did this drifter do to deserve your respect? Do you think you've won? Well, answer me! Answer me!
Ballas here does a very interesting thing, if you ask me. And there's only one other character in Duviri that does what he does. Let's see. At least it used to be like this. Let's see if they changed it. Yep. It's always been odd to me that for whatever reason, he disappears. Like, why? Well, what is this one? I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh, now they're really screwed. Then we have here it is. This is the one right here. How serendipitous. Who is constructing the extrasolar rail between Pluto and Tau? So you got definitely not new Grenier Void engineers. Oh, I mean, look. Well, pardon me. I don't mean to do that again. So, as far as that's concerned, consider how much of Ballas's plan required the Man in the Wall's involvement. Would we have gotten the paracesis? I would say, I'm not saying that like Ballas was like, you know, in league with the indifference. I'm not saying that. I am saying that the idea that the indifference couldn't have puppeted him at some point, given how, you know, well, first of all, Ballas was involved with continuity, which is a void. I mean, it's literally the transfer of oh yeah, is Peregrine's Hutch around here too? That's right, I forgot about that. Coming. Yay. Whee. Oh, it's underground. Pardon me. I gotta go underground, don't I? Oh, you can't get in that way? Oh. I was thinking that was something different, actually. Don't. I guess my time with the Cave is over, you know? That's it. That was the end of it. Oh, there's one here, too. Yeah. What will be the primary challenge of Oh, look. That's interesting that they're both on the same island, too. Wow, this is such an Orcan thing to say. So now, this is another thing that's very weird to me when you consider that, like, you would think it would be more of a scientific like answer, like unknown, right? But unless this is like it trying to lure us to Tau for something, which is definitely possible, and we could still be going in that regard, because if it wants us to come to Tau for some reason, that's very different. But the idea of it saying, "Oh, the hardest part about going to Tau, it's going to be trying to stay busy because it's going to be so awesome everywhere." That's essentially what they're saying here. Remaining industrious in the midst of abundance. Hey, Stern Raider, how are you? Oh, is there a big time delay? I apologize. I thought I had that pretty much set at a reasonable amount there for the thing. Oh, yeah, look at that.
I raise justice upon the king's enemies.
Wait, so whose room? Is this the warden's room? Right? 30 seconds of delay?
I can skewer a hawk at 300 paces.
Holy shit. Really? Trying to put all the pieces here together in my brain.
Zod King means rain. Rain means doubtful.
There's a lot of lore in there. That's all. You know? You think it's just an armory with like 2 weapons in it? And clothing that looks like way more Orican than anything that I think we've seen. Look at this. Here, check this out real quick. If anybody can... Oh, you know what? Can anybody look... Like, turn the stream back and look at Ballas? Is he wearing, like, anything like these kind of shoes? Because these look a bit... These look decadent. I think, well, I can tell you this, anti-hero, definitely she knows more. He was wearing these? Well, I mean, I would agree with that statement that there's a ton of stories to tell before we get to Tal personally, but again, that's just my own personal. I guess we do have, let's see, 2 swords and then 4 pole arms. Oh, we got, here we go. I'm glad we got to see that. Where's the dialogue? Hello? Seems Calervo was treated as a horse too. Or maybe given just like the same type of. He was wearing those. Okay, okay. Something just happened to my shield. I think those might be like kind of like symbolic as to his crimes, maybe? No? It's just weird that the like the name would come up, you know? But then again, the warden's name comes up in a bunch of different weird places. Oh, he looks pissed here. And then this one broke out. I guess I could probably try to do like a Ballas impersonation if y'all want it. Hold on. Take this. Should have taken the other one there, but okay. Yeah, we have a lot of business pending with Pazul. Says, you, Calervo, thought an executor's favor was the thing to be stolen and worn. You spilled precious Orcan blood before seeking the executor out for approval. Hated Calervo, did you truly believe he could love you? You are forevermore a low murderer. You witnessed the slaughter as the Orcan eradicated your defective, demented brothers and sisters and did nothing to aid them, choosing to tremble in your cowardly seclusion. Traitor twice over. Calervo, bloody-handed, I charge you with cowardice. This one here, I think, is on this side. The Archimedean Aniki, your mother, lived, and you, like the vermin you are, scurried after her. In butchering the Dax, whom the executors charged with taking you into just custody, you, laughably, managed to kill the very woman you came to rescue. The third charge, flight from just custody. Upon the arrival of the wretched Tenno, you struck. Out of what? A desire for redemption? You thought to strike the Orcan where it hurt, their laboratories, their edifices of government, their homes. To distract, to buy time. Idiot. You are charged with treason. You saw the new generation of your kind and the Tenno whose deviltry blent with theirs, and you began to whisper corruption into their ears, weave dark thoughts through the coils of their minds, incepting, as is your wont, chaos and disaster. I think that was supposed to be want. You are charged with espionage. Well, here's the interesting thing to consider. And this is like part of the lore that's always really tough to kind of come to terms with in this regard, that I would like more clarification on. You see, according to the Lotus, during the second dream and whatnot, right? In order for us to be able to transfer and also keep us from letting the voices take hold, right? We needed to be in the transference pods, the operators. So was Calervo whispering into the ears of Warframes? Because I don't think that I don't think, at least from what they're saying, if within the Second Dream's quest, if that dialogue's accurate, essentially, it should mean that, and it kind of falls in line with a lot of the lore pieces where there's like it just shows warframes, but actually it's many times it's the kids who are controlling them, but they're in the pods. So at the end of the day, what was Calervo doing? Was he, like I said, was he speaking to operators, to Tenno, like how Ballas is speaking, or was he saying it to other warframes? Because that opens up a lot of questions if it was to operators. Because if that's the case, why were they out, and why did the warframes not, or did the voices not need to take hold? Then is that what we're talking about, or how does that exactly work, right? The Night of the Naga Drums. Your incepted chaos. Interesting. Incepted. That actually might mean that he was speaking to the warframes, and then through them, they got to the operator. Bloomed, and the beautiful gilded empire fell. Were you entirely responsible? Of course not. You are, after all, a fool. But one need not be entirely responsible for the murder of an empire to be punished for their role in it. And punished you shall be for a second count of treason. Here it is, the big one. As the empire burned, you found the one executor you coveted and despised most. You presumed to raise your foul hand against him, one of the seven. But he did not die so readily as you had hoped. Thus I lay upon your wretched head your ultimate crime, attempted regicide, and with it, your punishment and the executor's eternal vengeance. Well, they're not entirely the same, and I wonder, I don't know. It's an interesting one. I mean, because, obviously Thrax's face, you can like see the facial features on his, but they do have the same shape. I agree with that. Where have I seen that shape before, though? Somewhere else that has relevance, too. There's like another little interesting piece of lore dialogue here. This is always something I'm really curious.
Belongs to Calervo. I'm hiding it from the warden. You have to promise not to tell anyone, okay?
So I've always wondered, like, was this like a story beat that was just never finished? Or is this... it could have been, Beth. It's tough to say. I think it would have. I mean, I assume that was the executor that they're talking about. But Ballas also doesn't say specifically "I," even though he's kind of like the narrator, if you will. So that's a tough one to say. But this story with this sword, it's always been like kind of weird to me, because it's like she's been down here keeping this sword from the warden, but there's really not a lot of information on, what the purpose is and why, this is necessary, and why she would even be doing this, like as far as, still doing it, considering the fact that this character... Whereas, like, the warden and Calervo kind of come up as a package deal within. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Within a tile set, this character in particular, she's all over the place. You know, and then it's interesting here too that this character is one of the few times that she's not with her brother. I assume that's what it was. Okay, so we are talking about Duviri because after a lot of what we've seen, it's I would say, while not 100% certain in any way, shape, or form, a lot of clues are kind of pointing on to something that says that we're going to be.
Whisper. Sometimes.
I don't understand. Where's the subtitles at? Well, I mean, I would say it's just a random kid, but she keeps showing up. She's all over the place. It's the same person. It's the same exact one. Like the difference is oh wait, there they are.
Many the woes and horrors he saw. Tyrants and conquerors ravaging the poor. Calervo, witness to war.
But these two are all over the place. Like they're not just here talking about Calervo. In fact, these two were here before Calervo. Damn, that's a serious delay. 43 seconds. Well, I mean, the interesting thing to consider now is that however you want to feel about it, with the introduction of the idea of a working concept behind eternalism, right? Up until this point, it was really more just a theory than anything else. Like, we saw it, but nobody really had any kind of real understanding on, okay, how exactly does this work aside from one instance and one question essentially that is in a multiple choice test. But when you look at it from the perspective of how things have kind of opened up and then added in how it can affect other timelines with things happening. See, now this one.
Raised to a life of groans and cries, took to his task with sorrowing sighs. Calervo, death was your prize.
But what I was going to say is that, even with perfect example, okay, up until 1999, it was largely just accepted, and the verbiage was very, let's say, leading towards the idea that the Orokin were the ones who created the infestation, as a way to repopulate their the stripped planets. Then they ended up using it later for Warframes and things of that nature, right? So now you have this situation where 1999 comes into play. And now, within the context of the Once Awake quest, there is additional dialogue that says now that no, the Orokin kind of found the infestation. They came upon it through some other means. It was essentially there before them. And you can make the argument that man, they're just all over the place, Calervo here. But you can make the argument that the retcons that are happening are actually happening due to changes in other strands of Kra, if you will, that are being now forced upon our timeline. And there's a couple different examples of them. The Zariman's one of them. The fact that it's burrowing through. That's one. But then there's also like little ones, like the idea that up until just recently, Kylie at the Necrolisk would, she was just kind of sitting there. But now she's listening to a song that is essentially, potentially thousands of years old. And so these retcons actually have a legitimate place within the story because something within the game is literally causing retcons to occur. It's not just oh, you know what, we want to try something different, so let's just change the lore up and make it this instead. It's actually like it's being given a narrative purpose behind how it's done. And now again, we all have our own what we like and what we don't like in a story. But for me, I'm way more accepting of retcons if they are explained, right? And at least given some kind of information of, okay, why did this occur? Instead of it just like, I'll give you a perfect example. And it's only because I just know this game probably as much as I know Warframe, and that's Destiny, is the Anna Bray situation in Destiny. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that, but essentially there was a character that by all rights in Destiny 1 was killed. I mean, she was killed off completely. And all the lore kind of spoke to that. And then in Destiny 2, she just pops up again alive. And then they kind of had to make a story that, oh, no, actually, even though she fell, she survived and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well, that sucks. I don't like that because now I don't. So how did that happen then? What do you mean? So she just left. She's like supposed to be this great warrior for the cause, and then she fell off the thing and just was like she just kind of, for lack of a word, she just kind of fucked off, and was like, hey, I'm gonna do my own thing now. Screw it. Screw the war. And to me, like, I can't accept that because it's stupid. You did not think that out. But yeah, basically the whole my death was greatly exaggerated. It's like, no. And even with what's crazy is even with like Ballas coming back, we never got any definitive things saying that heck, we never even got definitive things until just probably like a couple years ago that the executors and these emperors may be the same. For a long time, people believed that there was like a separate group, and there still may be. There's still that piece of uncertainty that, like, we talk about executors, but then there's also the use of the term emperors. Are they the same thing? It's tough to say. Many will say, well, because of the fact that there's supposed to be 7 of them too, it just makes sense. But at the same time, 7 is a very significant number within the organ. So with them having multiple hierarchies of 7 individuals isn't like that much of a stretch of possibility, if you know what I'm saying, right? Well, see, now my thought would be, again, this would be just me kind of, if say DE came to me and said, we want to bring Ballas back, right? We want to bring Ballas back. How can we do it and it makes sense? And to me, I feel like, I don't know, an easy way is kind of already, the foundation's already been laid with dialogue that Eleanor gave us. It's very, 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 very likely that Ballas had some, even if it was just on a whim, had some kind of connection, maybe not connection, but an interaction with the Void entity, without question. So within the context of female, yeah, that's, well, I'll get into that in a second too, because that's a big deal. And hey, I'm not sure if the 7 is supposed to be in the same type of situation there as far as the godly aspect. But what I would tell you is, I guarantee you that the Orc can think of themselves in a godly way. So that association may be made that way without question, right? Oh yeah, and the Corpus have 14, which is the 7 4. Well, there you go. You know, but I think you could easily bring up. I mean, if let's be real, if within that scene that the indifference turned into Lloyd and was Ruzalka and then turned into Entrati, if he had changed into Ballas as well, would that really have surprised anybody? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, would that really have surprised anybody if that would have occurred? And to me, I keep thinking, I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but like, I keep thinking that, oh, there they are again. They're the kids. I keep thinking that, I'm talking here, buddy. You just, thanks. So, given all the help that the man in the wall gave Ballas to make things happen, again, I'll go back to it. If there is no man on the wall, then we never get the paracesis. So with that in mind, that is a huge portion or a huge aspect of the new war and everything that goes on. Not to mention, you have other pieces of it as well, in that the indifference was, let's say, at least a portion responsible for how our original feelings were towards the Lotus. Because they're the ones, or that he's the one that actually, during the Chimera prologue, showed us, you know, essentially the stuff that happened back in the Orcan days, and then literally took control of our body and threw us out to the sentient ship so that we could overhear the Lotus speaking like she wants to kill the Orcan. I mean, Ballas didn't do that. Oh, yeah, and that's another thing, too. It's a really good point that, like, during the New War, you can't do it without the paracesis. Like, you have to use that weapon. These two are just everywhere. Well, I don't necessarily know that the paracesis came from him. I just know that he knows that the paracesis was necessary. Dare I say, and again, this would kind of go back into, if the man on the wall and Wally were in the kind of the same way that Wally screws with us. You know, just shows up every once in a while and starts bullshitting. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's not like, this isn't a common type of behavior, at least that we've seen from us. And then obviously he does it to Entrati too. Not to mention, like, every person that's ever kind of had an experience believes it to be a trickster. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, is I think it's possible that whereas, you know, a deal might not have been had or anything else like that, it's also possible, one, that the deal could have been made. And literally, I've said this in the thing, in that the best part being that essentially Ballas the deal was for power. And he got it. And kind of like what we experienced in what I would say is a huge inspiration to the whole man on the wall thing and the deal. When you're looking at the Faustian bargain, the one thing about the Faustian bargain is that it does come with a date of payment. And what's interesting is there is a significant length of time between when the operator and the Lotus are pushed into their recursive time loop or whatever, right? And the drifter reemerges. There's a lot of time. You don't really get that concept because first of all, they happen in 2 quests, but secondly, like the story just keeps kind of going on top of itself quickly. But the thing is that there's a time period where there's no operator and no Lotus and no Tenno whatsoever, in fact, that he's able to establish Narmer. And that didn't just happen overnight. So Ballas had a lot of time as essentially the ruler of the origin system. So the idea that Ballas could have made a deal for the exact thing that he kind of wanted seems, right in line. And it works with, take your pick. The Man in the Wall's interactions in the New War, the fact that the Man in the Wall shows up in Sacrifice Quest, and that one's a really weird one because at the end of the day, he just shows up at the very end and you're like, what? What do you mean? Well, bear in mind, Mayhem, that he could be saying that because he knows what it is. And consider also that Era actually wants the Lotus to use that power in the New War, Because he says, no, but you are stained by their curse or whatever. So they know that they're using the power of the void and whatever that thing is. This was kind of fun. Yeah, and I mean, Haster, I think you could make a very similar argument with Ballas that you had within what appears to be a story about how Parvos was originally kind of shown the void and why he has such an interest in it. Okay, now I'm going to get my +2 jumper. Okay. Well, Hugh, that's the thing. That's the question. Because here's the other thing that we have to remember. It's such an important piece of information, such an important piece of dialogue that's shown in the kinemanic, with Eleanor, where she says that these void copies, she thinks they don't even know that they're copies. So you could have void copies out there that believe they are the person, with the same type of ideals and ambitions and everything else. Maybe there are void copies out there that are actually benevolent. I actually think that's one of the things, because really, if you think about it, right? Like we were just talking about a little bit earlier, we are a herald of the indifference now, which is most likely the reason why the Man in the Wall wants us back, according to the Lotus. Because it's time to bring all the heralds back to one. So essentially, it wants to reassimilate us into the whole. All right, we're gonna finish this one up here now that the cycle changed, and we'll get in a new group. So let's just do this real quick and finally get into the Undercroft. Well, I think you're seeing some of that tomfuckery. You know what I'm saying? Luminous. Flare's name. Might as well get these things, right? Yeah. Hugh, absolutely. Which then asks the question, are there others? Are there other aspects of the void that are kind of fighting against the main one?
Can't we just be friends?
Oh, we got all kinds of proto frames out here now. Did I hear Eleanor? Eleanor. We can like hang out and do Duviri together. Woo! I guess it's right here, huh? I'm forgetting that part.
Enemies in their natural habitat. And we've upset them.
It's not fair.
Dealt with.
Well, I guess the question then I would say, if that is the case, right? I would actually, given again, only taking into consideration the man on the wall's input. Oh, for you. I would say that actually makes some sense because think about it. That is what the man on the wall would have asked for in the deal. Ballas could have taken care of everything else. The Grenier, the Corpus, you know, whatever. That's nothing.
Anymore.
And in fact, it's the reason why he's so upset when
Friends and family were
the Tenno
scorched
come back
and retreated
specifically.
away
And he
from
even
him.
said, they say during
So
the
his
thing,
rage
because what's his
became
name?
like a stone in his chest, weighing him down.
Era says, like, you have everything, all the
That
worlds.
stunted brat can't even
But
keep the
bow to you.
towns in
What more
order.
do you want?
If you don't
And
sort
the
them
only
out
person
sharpish,
that
we'll
matters
be
is
tripping
the
over
Tenno,
brainless things
but
for
not
weeks.
them. So again, well, I'm not necessarily saying this is the case. There is ample evidence to suggest a very strong possibility. And if you're using like that association type thing with, you know, people of certain people, you know, like being around other people like Victor and whatnot, I would think that would work just as well. For, this one sucks. We gotta. This is such a weird. This is such a weird one. I think that this being is supposed to be something that we as people can't. I agree with this. Yeah, that when we made the deal with the Lotus Hand. Yeah, no, I agree. Oh yeah, the warp. Absolutely.
You should retire and become a dung shoveler.
The only thing that,
In
again,
his heart,
and this is just
Loden
based
knew
upon
he
my
was angry
understanding,
with
and
his
could be
own
wrong,
powerlessness.
but the only thing I would
And
say
no
is the
amount of
difference from
screaming could remedy that.
what I, just in my experience with the warp, because you all, when we talk about this, like, I don't know how many streams, like, you've been like, oh, you know, for, not you just specifically, but like all bunch of people, oh, you got to check out the warp in 40K, it's so much the same. And what I would say, and maybe I'm wrong because I have an incomplete understanding, but one of the things I think is different, and maybe in a significant way, is it feels like in the warp,
He saw
there
there
are
was
multiple
nothing righteous
entities
or
to be
noble
concerned about.
His anger.
Now, I don't know
It
if
was
there
just the
is
raving of a
one
petty,
very
paltry
specific
man.
entity that rules above all. I didn't.
Brat on the throne
I didn't really get to that point, only because it seems like
send forces into the Undercroft to clean up his
like that they all have like these
Maybe you'll do a better
very
job. See what's
specific,
amiss.
I would say, agendas or like at least behaviors and whatnot. Again, I could be wrong on that part though too. Maybe I just didn't catch that aspect of it. Yeah, it's. I mean, man, that's a good point. Is that like, the man on the wall makes all this stuff possible? Yeah, Tiamat's another one. Yeah, because they've all been essentially exposed in some way, shape, or form. You know, when you're in Duviri, you might as well grab some Duviri resources. I mean, that being said, I'd say there's a good chance that I might be doing a lot of grinding in here very shortly.
Yeah, shoot, shoot, bang, bang, die, die.
Well, I do think what Wally or what the Drifter does present is an entity that the indifference isn't necessarily going after. Maybe because not part of the deal, I don't know. Maybe because the other thing could be that the Drifter's, you know, human, and the child is a herald of the indifference now, like is a clone that it wants to take back. Yes, I do think the Void Angels are an entity of the indifference. And something that will be utilized. I mean, after all, it's their call that turned the parents feral and turned them on the children, forcing them to need a reason to make a deal in the first place. And many of the people in Hulvania actually make, when we kind of tell them about our story, they actually make that same conclusion. They're like, oh, it's interesting that like the indifference would create a situation that would require the Tenno to need a defense in that way. And furthermore, that the void influence didn't seem to do much against the children. Now, I mean, we just associate it as the reason, you know, oh, it's because they have like a better control or but you know, we don't know that. I mean, it could just be that the children were much better targets, and that's what it wanted, and it was smart enough to understand what it needed to do to get what it wanted. Yeah, that's another thing too. Ballas says the exact same thing as they all of them say. That's like the fear, is that what we don't understand is the man on the wall already has everybody. Nice. And we think these are all different entities, but that's not, or enemies, I should say, but that's not necessarily the case. They could all be working. Heck, they might not even know that they're all working in a particular way.
I'll never get the chance.
This is so great.
Because they
I can't. If we do come back to Duviri, this is. I live for this right here.
Guess what? I hate myself more!
It's weird too that like the emotional states, right? When they get super emotional, they take on the same voice transformation that the man on the wall does.
Some ill-fortuned creature needs our aid. Won't you help them, Outlaw, please?
The aura worm must be subdued. For that, I offer you my Orvius. The rest is up to you.
I am saying he wants to end as he began. That's crazy, right? Who'd have thought?
I know, buddy. I know.
The fire within Lodin was his anger. Unable to control it, thus was he consumed. Behold, the great dragon of Lodin.
Lodin is filled with fury. He will scorch the earth.
Off! Off!
What was that? Beautiful. Oh, so rarely do I get the view from this side. This is super cool. Yeah, aura worms don't seem any different than like any of the other things that can be transferred into. Like they all have this like equal key, if you will. The operators are they just have like carte blanche to go into all kinds of the necromechs too. It's a very unique gift that we have. Skitter Girl is an emotional outburst formed into conceptual embodiment of Yonta. But in the grand scheme of things, it's just another. Has the same type of trickster mentality type thing. I mean, could just be essentially another herald. Because even within the Requiems, it talks about the multitude unfolding. That's essentially what we're seeing right now.
Is misplaced.
Your faith in your friends is yours.
All over.
It's like every once in a while you just like kind of walk by and there's Eleanor. Oh, I think there's going to be a cool murmur boss actually. If we go there, like I said, and that one picture that Eternally sent there, that's pretty definitive, I think, with the Duviri, especially with the Lotus too. Like, unless they were just putting it in there to screw with everybody, which is definitely possible. Oh, I'm shooting one of us. I apologize. With the range or something? Well, I mean, technically she does hurt us because she does a little bit of damage and she takes all of our shit, doesn't she? I mean, she just might not have the power to do much against us, you know? Like, if the ghost of a little girl came up and slapped your bum or something, it was like, well, you know, maybe... Oh, okay, Lotus language is the... Okay, so that's... I didn't know that. But the Duviri part is probably... Duviri and Murmur is probably pretty... I'd say... telling. Yeah, I'm not... I said to like during the thing too, that I don't think the aura worm
For this
bosses.
one
I
night
definitely
at
think it's very
least,
polished. How about that?
calm.
It's a spectacle.
Nothing.
There, he feels nothing on this one.
Let's see what happens next.
Stop slapping my bum. Man, +3? That would have been actually pretty fun. 1, 2, 3. That's pretty cool. I'm guessing the magical fart gas has got to be some kind of voidish, something in the, like, you know, close to a type of situation like what Ballas made into the Kuvan with the, you know, little sprinkle dust. Oh, Timo, yeah. So within the ARG of leading up to 1999, right? And well, it wasn't in Trotty, actually. The indifference, literal sparkle farts. And Trotty talks about the idea of the tech rot being capable to move through data transfer. Okay? That's the first thing I thought. Sparkle farts. So, and who's interested in joining for this other run here? Yep. Hop on in. So he talks about the ability for the tech rot to essentially transmit itself through code. Okay? And within that, he uses the idea of the dark sector essentially as a method by which to transmit. Now, again, this is in the ARG and the Hex webcomic that you would find this. But what we come to find then within the Cumulacrum, let's see. I'm going to show you something here. It's pretty cool. I just got to find it. Let me see where this is at, because it's very relevant here. I'm going to try to find it, but what she says is that she asks the drifter why it is. Here it is. Okay. Just for a second. Hi. Why would Entrati's cross-temporal setup involve what appears to be an active connection to the kinematic online network? Or I guess, hi, is the internet required for time travel? It says right to it then. Okay, no, the internet didn't make it to my time really, so it can't be required. Or maybe it is. So you do not need an internet connection to come and go as you please. Did Entrati? I really don't know anything for sure. I just know there was a sequence. Entrati had a plan. It involved me here, now. I need to get here to meet you all. Okay, but why does there seem to be an internet connection that is non-negotiable in some of his notes? This is the key. Oh, I'm glad you had fun, sir. That was cool. I'm glad you were able to enjoy that. But this, I believe, is how it can move through timelines because, like I said, the way that it's been somehow constructed, it can literally move through literal code. So, with that in mind, code is data. And with the non-negotiable connection that lines up through all of the things, essentially the time travel wise, right? It leaves the opportunity for there's the line, there's the connection that it continued now that any through line has been made. Now things from 1999 can start making their way into our world. Now, here's the other thing. I think we were the indifference is in. I really do. And in fact, it's funny that Fibonacci makes the statement during the Whispers in the Wall quest, specifically. He says, the indifference seeks to make a path into this reality through the labs, and then, Tenno, through you. And I wonder if when we did the whole touching of the hand thing, if we didn't create the connection. And if you even want to go worse than that, the fact that the indifference exists in 1999 in Whispers in the Walls, as soon as we get in there, probably means that Entradi originally went back to 1999 as a recursive loop, just like Entradi sent, or just like Ballas sent the operator. The idea was being within that recursive loop in the same way that the loop or the temporal space that Protea protected Parvos. That's what he meant by that the indifference could not get back there easily, because with it being a loop, there was no way actually in. There was no connection. When Lloyd destroys that machine, that was the last way for Entradi to ever have any type of connection whatsoever within 1999, right? And that's what was holding it at bay. But with the operator coming alive, being reawakening the indifference, essentially attracting the master version all the way over here through Ballas, which is specifically said within the Sanctum notes. Then, as we are trying to set up the Kalimos sequence, all we were essentially supposed to do is transfer into the vessel, it would appear. But the indifference is the one that uses the connection that the vessel has to Arthur and us to make its way into 1999, and thus gets Entradi there too. That's what I thought the Love Struck. That was the first thing I thought when the Love Struck ephemera was. That it was an ode to the Tenno and the Drifter. Yeah.
You are giving me inappropriate thoughts.
All right, Eleanor. That's actually.
She'd
No, that's you guys are brother and sister, man. Please stop talking. You just gotta stop talking. Look at the dialogue. I'm getting stronger, but I still feel the pain. Sweet home, Alabama. Well, the only time that we've ever really taken that blow right there is, well, it's been twice, and it's very specific, you know? Does anybody else want to hop into, we got one open spot here. So speak now or forever hold your peace. Their lyrics. Oh, I know, but they're very specific lyrics. Oh, Envy, this is a good one. Aren't you in this one with us? Hold on. Do you mind if we let because who was in the anyone that, yeah, I was gonna say if we just let, I think somebody else is trying to get in here too. Okay, Krabby's in here, nice. Yeah. No. Okay. Well, so we need somebody back. Hopefully you got that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So there is. I told you 1 hour ago. Do you want to play now? Did I not take a friend request? It didn't come up. Hold on. That's my fault. No, I got them all. All right. Oh, it's all good. If anybody else wants to, I think we got one more, I guess, right? Oh, and do me a favor. If I don't have you as a friend, make sure you send me a friend request. I will definitely accept that. Yes, there is. Of course, there is a Lizzie on my wall. As a matter of fact, there she is, right there. You have to. Whoever wants to come in, now's the time. If you've already been in here once today, allow someone else to get in. But if you haven't, then you stay here. You stay. And we'll go in for another Duviri run. We're gonna go see. This is a good one too. Yeah, that's right. The good ending. Okay. I got a lot of data in my head these days. Okay. Well, I think you're right. I'm just curious as to if there's going to be a path there. Okay. And what I mean. Diego, do you want to play? So while we're waiting here, what I mean is, I think it's possible that we may have a situation where we've never really had this before. We could do like multiple, because Duviri and the Zariman are so close together, and especially considering their whole situation with Tau, what's possible, if you ask me, is that this will set up for Tau. Essentially, we'll go back to Duviri and we'll go to the Zariman again and kind of get it to a point where it can even go. Because at the moment, it's not like the Zariman can go to Tau. It's literally plugging a hole within our world and theirs. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, okay. All right, we got our 4. I think this is all new people too, so you know, if we may have time for another one, but if I didn't get you today, rest assured next weekend, I promise I will. Well, I think that's the whole thing. So I think what's going to end up occurring is we're going to go back to we're going to find Intrati somehow. Again, I don't even know where the hell he went. It's, the indifference just scooped him up, and then he was gone. And I mean, I can't see DE screwing up that big to just forget about the clear injuries that were on Intrati the first time. To me, that felt like, you know, I don't know, there's something. Ooh. Are we lucky or what? Nice. Oh, it's going to be a good one. Let's see, that's not bad. Oh, Ignis? Hell yeah. Play with them very often. That'll do. Well, see, that's the other thing, because then we have the whole idea of how many Zarimans, because one Zariman actually made its way back to the Orkin, right? Or there wouldn't be any operators unless they just brought it back from the Orkin, or brought it back and then just sent the ship, throw it back into the void. Just, you know, hey. How many people we got here? And then there's, you know, there's Captain Suspect over here.
If you coveted anything in this world, Drifter, I would hope you had the courage to go and win it for yourself.
Listen here, old man. These people are here to help me out while I'm doing stuff, okay? Well, I think the scholar is actually in Trotty. Krabby, did we lose you? Is that you, Timo? Yep. I think there's something to what you're saying there. Yeah. Holy Chan. Hey, Orkin, you want some? I mean, so as we understand it, essentially here's probably a little bit better of a more detailed story of the Zariman. Due to the idea that resources were getting low within the entirety of the origin system, the Orkin decided to craft a colony ship and go to a place that they called Tau. It was Tau Ceti, essentially, that they were going to repopulate. And the idea was that they were going to essentially grab a group of individuals, and they're going to parade this group of people around because there is a kind of a failing within the idea of the Orkin amongst the people. Kind of like late stages of government, if you will, where, you know, the government's taken way too much, too many liberties with your general population, and they're getting to the point where they're like, hey, so, you know, one aspect of the Zariman thing was supposed to be a kind of like a preview moment for the Orkin, that they essentially were saying to their population, look, like, hey, I know resources are bad, but don't you even worry about it, because we're sending this group out here, and we're gonna colonize a new area, and we will have homes for you. So at the end of the day, you know, our leadership is good, and the people loved it, you know, and that was great. In fact, they had big parades to talk about it, you know, and the families were considered to be,
We dance con la
you know,
flaca again today, eh, friend?
they were like they were looked upon as like these super lucky people within the Orkin, you know, that they were going to be able to do this first. So this extremely large group of people, by the way, are put onto this ship. Once they get on and they start getting the kind of the procedures and getting, you know, kind of things together, they start to make the idea of what their living is going to be like. Because, I mean, literally, this ship is meant to house them and have them live there, and it's going to be a transport module, and it's going to have all the different types of construction pieces and things that they would need, you know, to kind of get their civilization in order. The idea at that point was that there had been work done on Tau already from the sentients that they had sent out. Because that was the whole idea. They were supposed to terraform the place. So when they're just about getting to their routine, their daily routine is kind of in order. Everybody knows what they have to do on the ship. The children have all kind of settled into their classes and things like that. And they've kind of got a functionality of like life on the ship. They get to a point where, for whatever reason, they decide to move the void jump up. Now, they never really specify as to what the reason is for having to move the jump up, but it's something that the vast majority of the people on the ship themselves are wholly against. They want no part of this because there's all kinds of different little things, little rumblings that have been happening about the stability of the ship and the safety of a jump like what they were trying to do. Because if you've seen essentially the movie Event Horizon, while they aren't a one-to-one comparison, like what they do is explain a very kind of similar story in that in that movie, the doctor, I can't remember what his name was in the movie, but the doctors who came up with the technology essentially explained to them that instead of taking space and going across the expanse of it, given the properties of time-space, you are able to essentially fold it on top of itself, essentially making the shortest points or the shortest spot between 2 points literally itself. So it gets rid of the whole idea of having to have like a cryo sleep, and also the concept of, whenever, if you're going to be terraforming a planet and getting it ready, like how many years is that going to take? And if there was a 40-year voyage, like the people that were in charge at that point, who knows? If they were an orc, and like they'd probably be dead by the time that the Zariman had even reached Tau, right? So this allowed for space travel instantaneously and allowed them to kind of move their progress up a ton. Now, what's interesting is that for some reason, at that particular moment, it would appear that the children of the Zariman specifically had their classes interrupted and changed, with the idea being that they were going to need an additional amount of understanding, or at least a refresher on the ideas and the dangers of both the void as well as the concept of eternalism. Right? And as we reach the necessary information, the void jump just starts. Now, what you don't know about that, what they don't tell you in the New War, that you find out in the Angels of the Zariman, is that during this time, members of the Holdfasts were having kind of their own little, because they were largely like aspects of the authority on the ship, on the Zariman. They were having their own issues because there were certain people who wanted the kind of the jump to be made. They were ready to go, but there were other people that were like, hey, I don't know if this is such a great idea. Hombask in particular. And Hombask heard the pleas of the people so much and empathized, and even like maybe just believed it herself so much, that she was the one who destroyed the biomes, essentially the food-making capability, and I would assume in some ways probably the oxygen-making capabilities of the Zariman as well, under the thought process that, okay, if we sabotage the ship this great, we're going to have don't worry, they're not going to put the void jump on, because after all, we're the colonizers, and there's all this money that's kind of went into this particular endeavor, and we are essentially the future of the Orkin, because otherwise, like the origin system's just going to die. There's not going to be anything there, So Hombask believed that by sabotaging the ship, that she would be able to stop the void jump in its entirety. And then they would regroup, then they would calculate things out better, and they would make a safer trip. Then the people that were aboard the Zariman would feel better about it, and everybody, it would just be a lot better thing. However, not only did that not happen, but the Orkin elite turned their backs on all of the colonists. They essentially said, you guys are acting like animals out there. We're done with you. If you come back here ever again, we won't have anything to do with you. Which, again, is a very odd way to treat the people who you were sending to essentially save your life, right? I'm enjoying everything I'm watching, just so you guys know. I want to talk, but I also want to keep my train of thought going, because then I'll forget, and God forbid that happens. So, getting to the crux of the situation. So now here we're in a place where the people of the Zariman are kind of, they're starting to resist, even riot. Calervo is asked, kind of instructed by Quinn to make an example of some of the leaders who are resisting. So he ends up killing some of them, and things just kind of start going off the rail. But for whatever reason, they still make the void jump. Once the jump is made, in a very similar situation, you could look as Event Horizon. instead of them getting to Tau, instead they went somewhere else. We don't know where they went. We don't know yet if there is a hell that even Ballas himself kind of speaks of, which is funny because we've been kind of talking all day about Ballas's obvious connection. Maybe he does know. Maybe he knows what's going on. Maybe he knows what's down there because he's seen it himself. Maybe when he calls us demons and he says hell, maybe he's literally saying it because he doesn't think it. He knows it. And I mean, I would associate the same kind of story with, you know, if you want to associate this kind of with Soul Reaver, for those of you that are familiar with that, you have gods that are openly serving the Elder God that know about it. Like Mobius. So, essentially, when that occurs, void jump happens, we go somewhere else. Or we stop. It's tough to say. We just stop in the complete void. But all the adults on the ship begin to go feral to the point where they start gathering together hunting parties, and they're actually literally trying to kill the kids. So with the adults killing each other, acting, you know, in a kind of like savage, killing each other, scraping the walls, trying to get into the Tenno's rooms because they were basically locked off within their classrooms. We come to find that the reason why like one of the things that was happening to the parents was that the void angels were coming and singing to them. Now this voice, this singing, this thing seems to be something that the Lotus possesses as well. Just going to throw that in there. But at any rate, it turns them feral. And that's where we start to see what happened during the New War, where we are shown, you know, essentially
How'd we do?
all the children freaking out in the room. The one child is like, I want my mom. And, you know, your Tenno's like, hey, I don't think that was your mom anymore, blah, 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 you know. Well, that's true. He'd never seen the true face of the Elder God, but he knew that he was serving him, though. So he knew he was serving a god. He just didn't know what it looked like. I mean, I would assume tons of people know what that's like, you know. But, you know, what we end up have happen here is a kind of a perfect storm where now you have all these children in a highly emotional state. And the indifference now essentially walking into a buffet line, right? Can look around and pick whatever Tenno child they want, which it looks as if they did. And then by giving the Tenno children these powers, they were able to fend off the parents. In most cases, they just outright killed them. And in fact, within the kinemantic dialogue, you have the option of literally coming out and saying in multiple situations, you can say, I watched my parents get killed, or you can say, I killed my parents. So the children literally took care of their own parents. Years later, this abandoned ship that the Orkin had believed, I don't even know what they believed. I don't know if they just forgot about it or whatever. It reappears within the origin system. Now, it's not the same one that we see that's plugging or at least, if it is, there's a huge hole in the fact that the Zariman came back and offered the kids back. And then you have this other Zariman who came back from the void. So if they're the same thing, what we're essentially saying is that the Orkin, after the first, time that the Zariman comes back, they grab up all the kids and then they just, kick the Zariman back into the void and say, hey, whatever, you're worthless. Or the more likely of the two is that there is another Zariman somewhere, but this is a copy. I should say the one that's in Duviri. Aquilus, it absolutely could be. That is absolutely a possibility that the parents didn't lose their minds at all, that it was all an illusion. It would be absolutely what the man on the wall would do, and that is, while I wouldn't say that it's a guarantee, that story being on the table, moving forward, oh yeah, without question. It's definitely a possibility. All right, I've talked enough. I apologize. You guys ready? I'm sorry.
The covetous courtier.
We're going to be in another cycle before.
Bombastine was envious.
Oh, this is a good
of
one.
What? Anything. Wherever his gaze fell, it seemed other people had it better.
I am better than any of them. Fate and small jealous others have conspired to inflict this upon me. You. Will you?
But Zerg, I would still ask the question of where is the other Zariman? It wouldn't be like the. It wouldn't be like the Orokin to just, boot the Zariman, like the one that they got back. Do you know what I'm saying?
Teach them that my worth and talent are worth far more than their engorged biceps.
Oh, nice. Look, he's reading the fucking Tales of Duviri. I never noticed that before. Okay, isn't that going to be kind of a weird thing for this poor man that he's reading the story that he's in? This is like Stranger Than Fiction. It's even got the little void handies on it and the little things. I don't know. I guess my thought would be I look at it like the Orokin would value something like that highly. And I think someone else said that maybe they dismantled it and hid it. Well, yeah, so then how would there be another one then? Oh, and then there's also that whole thing where we have, Haster, you're right, where you have the Ember Prime. You have the Ember Prime Codex entry, where according to them, now again, you could make the argument that it was the Orokin just kind of lying. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, we wouldn't do a thing like that. But you could also make the argument, too, that they were telling the truth.
Bombastine was never satisfied. He wanted more. For all that others had was an affront to his being.
You can't break an ankle if you don't have ankles. That's true. That's God's honest right there. A 44th wall break. It literally is the never-ending story, huh? That's a real good way to look at it. That was just crazy that he's actually reading the book and he's in the book. You got a Zeke? Nice. I got my boy band. I'm happy. I got all 5 of them and I got names for all of them that I was happy with. So
the mark of true nobility is an affinity for horseflesh, you know. I want to be the patron of champions. All you have to do is win.
That's true. No truer words are spoken there either, huh? I'm definitely not doing that one. Cue the Inception horn. Well, it's interesting again that, like, when you talk about Calervo and the way that Ballas actually talks about the whole Inception thing, incepted into there's just all that's what I love about Warframe, man. There's all these little tidbits everywhere that, like, you just if you don't play through and just take the time to chill and, like, it's all about grinding, like, don't get me wrong, you could, you enjoy that, but you're gonna miss so much story. How about this one? How about this one? Why do you think the man on the wall would give a shit about what right do the Orokin govern? Because you would think, oh, well,
I should lay tripwires down to
but
make this more interesting.
the man on the wall is actually saying to us, no, you can't even
Behind
ask
his
about
acts
this.
of kindness and generosity lay but one thought.
Truth beta, nice.
How can this performance
I got
benefit
Ruzalka back again, 1999.
I want what a man of my talent
That was my
and
Z.
worth rightly deserves. And that includes the Undercroft
They have no
that
rights.
Thrax guards so jealously.
White Knight, what I would say is he certainly could. And he's already acted directly through the Tenno a couple times. So it's not like that's not a possibility. You know, that's real. That's really real. And you have to ask yourself, like, when does he use that? I don't know if that's the case or not, sir, to be honest with you. But I did think, I mean, when I got that one in particular, I was just like, why is he named this? Like, what does my coda have to do
People complain about
in this regard?
this horrible thing or that horrible thing.
Oh wait, this is
All the good.
this is Rel's wife.
Never boring. Have they stopped to think that? A smile is like a yawn. Someone does it, and pretty soon.
Haster, I
you're
like
doing
that.
it
Yeah.
yourself.
The only question that, well, I mean, they would act like living gods too because of the power of the void.
People are so
But just like the indifference said, they stole it. That's why I think the indifference is pissed off at the Orokin, because they took that power. They didn't, you know, with the operator at least, we are one of its heralds because it came down and gave us the power.
Today, friend.
Well, dude, you look like you're in quicksand, bro. God, his eyes look so much like... What the hell?
Huh. I swear this place used to be busier. Couldn't remember when, though.
Do you mind? I'm trying to look at something. Not his balls. Man, you tell me that doesn't look like a vessel. Especially like with the eyes looking like one of the one that the man on the wall. I do believe I do. Two smiley faces and the word truth.
I've been in this business for a long time. Met a lot of people, and I can tell you this. You're not a perfect. There's a lot more to you than that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're looking good. It's a good look right there. Those are some nice sleeves you got. Let me tell you about it. Ooh, they are nice. I like them. Put that on an album cover right there. Reused assets it is. Well, they're a little bit different. I think there's a reason, though, guys. I mean, again, I'm actually saying that I think that there could be something to that. That's what I'm saying. These sleeves are just... This sleeve and this hood, that's it. That's it. This hood is the hardest thing. Sometimes I can't look at my character because they're just too badass looking, and I'm scared a little. It's real. And I know you've all experienced that at some point too. Like, it's not like it's a weird thing where like you come up with a look that you're like, dude, this looks so good that you almost you have to look away. The indifference is pissed off at DE. Yeah, there you go. They didn't ask. And you know what the crazy part is DE does exist in Warframe, so it's like it's legit, right? I probably did. I don't have it available to me right now. The pic that you sent. Mine is a Doomslayer. Ooh, yeah. That's a good one too. Dum 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 dum. That's always kind of creeped me out. You know? It's like no matter where you look. Yeah, Q. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That like it's like sometimes you have to do it because you're just like, damn it. Gray strain's not a helmet. I think the gray strain is another aspect of the infestation. It's just I think it's the one that's evolved on Deimos, isn't that correct? The big one. So yeah. Oh, you found it? Okay, cool. Yes. The what's his name isn't there, is he? The vagabond wasn't there? There is. Oh yeah. Here it is. So this is the symbolic. Oh, he is here. I was expecting to see him here. He's an interesting cat. There's no two ways around it. You want to see something cool that we saw in the other stream? If you didn't catch it before, you're gonna like this, I think. He has black eyes. Wait. Oh. See that? Can you see it? He has jet black eyes. Yep, and he's missing a finger. Same one as Wally, too. Try finger but whole. The sky could not hold him. In cupped hands we caught him. Death will not hold him. Open-armed lies this grave. This world could not hold him, and so we are without him. Stranger, father, scholar, in our hearts we hold you. So, In one way, it's kind of interesting that the people of Duviri, they really like him. Yeah, he'll be gone now that I walked away. Well, Nico, I can tell you that. Oh, look at that! That looks awesome. I can tell you that if my girl were in here, you then you wouldn't be alone. But of course, we do know that this is empty. This is more of an effigy than a grave. Not just because Albrecht isn't, obviously somewhere else, but they actually make mention of it, that this was erected as after he disappeared. An arrow to the finger. That's it. There's only one thing that tops that, and that's the knee. This is such a cool area. There's a. Do you hear the Zariman? You can hear Cephalon Merica, or Melica, I mean. You can hear the male voice that comes over. Oh, gee, that's an interesting thought. I'm the one that knocks. Definitely one of the coolest places. And if I'm not mistaken, we have a tablet around here as well. You can hear him up there. Is it there? Yeah, I know it's in some weird ass place. Yeah, that's it. This is a good one, if I'm not mistaken. How many fingers are found upon one's hand? Now, which is interesting because of the location of this, with Entrati's thing down there, and the fact that, the vagabond shows up without a finger. This is fine. Well, maybe we'll be able to enter the castle. See, that's what I'm saying. There's so many little story threads within Duviri that you could easily make a whole campaign and then some. You could do a whole year of content just in Duviri. When you start talking about the different islands that were there, Calervo's island and how that works, Thrax getting into his story a little bit more, and each one of the 5, the main characters and how they are, and then you have the whole Rel thing with Garmi, and then the fact that Garmi's connected to Mithila. I have seen the Kuva one, yes. I've seen them all. I have them all recorded in some way, shape, or form somewhere. For the purposes of the channel and all. So, there's just countless little threads. Not to mention the fact that, like, then there's the story of Duviri itself, because it's not like this is an open and shut case to the point where it's like, oh, the drifter was in the Zariman and freaked out, and then just turned and made a world. Like, that's what is insinuated. But I guarantee you, there is a story there. Do you know what I'm saying? A more detailed story, if you will, telling a lot more of what all went down, not just this the bare bones type thing. Oh, and then there's the Teshin thing. So then there's Teshin. There's an aspect of that story that you could get into. And he could even discuss, like, what the hell that thing is at the conclave. The spirit that just stands there. Hey, Ox, how are you? Good to see you. Delicious. Very nice. Yeah, and then or kind of the Calervo thing. They could go into they could talk about how because we've already kind of talked about it now. Could we even see with Calervo the story showing back to the Tenno overthrowing the Orcan, and who should show up? Temple. Because we know Temple was there now. Even though that, up until just recently, it's like it's next to impossible. Fuck that happened. I don't know. But you know what I'm saying? And then there's the incarnate Stug you could bring back, and that's it.
Prevail upon you
The
to lend
Stug
aid
of
to
it.
our animal friends?
I mean, the Warden Cares would be cool. Again, there's the Zariman and Duviri they open a lot of possibilities up for a lot of different things.
I see them.
I see you. Oh. So I feel like at least 2 of those hit. Strength through the Grenier.
Damn it!
Heck, we might even get some information on Captain Vor. Can I explain Temple's story? Certainly. Yeah, yes, I can. So, Temple. Check this out. This is going to be one of those what came first that always seem to... These stories are very common in time travel. The who came first, the chicken or the egg type deal, right? Because in the grand scheme of things, without the events of 1999, it's not technically possible for Temple to have shown up at the Tenno insurrection on Pluto. However, when you take into consideration 1999 and the fact that it's imprinting things and whatnot onto reality in particular ways, essentially what transpires is Temple, Flare, Rockstar, with their band of Rippers, right? They're just a typical band in 1999. I guess you don't want to say just Halvania because it's bigger than that, right? But they're just trying to, do the band thing, get gigs and everything else like that, be seen. But at the same time, Temple has, their own kind of idea of kind of how the world is and the way they would rather it be and stuff. And you can tell that in a lot of the lyrics. So, again, there's one of these what's first, chicken or the egg type things, because it's like we come to find that according to Temple, they have a part in the music that kind of brought the thing to fruition. We always talk, like in the past, we talked about the Naga drums and whatnot. Well, like there was literally like a musical procession. Why? Okay. That like kind of started things off, right? But it's possible that, Andrade sees all this stuff. So Andrade essentially goes and is in the same way that he did with the other proto frames. He comes to Flare with a kind of like a deal, right? And he says, I can give you the audience that you want. I can give you the power that you want to be able to make the change that you desire and everything else like that, right? What you got to do is come into Halvania and play this show here, and that'll be the start of it, right? So the Rippers and Flare know of the rumors regarding the tech rot within Halvania, but there seems to be a kind of concerted effort on the outside world of Halvania to keep whatever's happening within Halvania, not just physically, but also informationally as well, right? And because of this, they, like the other proto frames, are essentially tricked into coming into Halvania. The idea being that they knew these people were selected very specifically, but they knew, at least Andrade knew by bringing them in here, that they, just by being there within the vicinity of
How about that?
the tech rot, that they would be infected by it, okay? So they become infected, and Temple becomes infected the same, or Flare at the time, and doesn't quite know that they've been infected yet. And they go to this concert that Andrade essentially set up. Now, I don't know if he set it up. It appears that he set it up with Victor and most likely with Rizalka and everything else to be this big deal. When the concert happens, it turns out that the concert itself was a trap. Andrade has all of the Rippers killed, forcing an emotional response from Flare that created the catalyst for this Warframe transformation and for him essentially to be able to administer the Helminth now to make a Warframe. With this, that begins Flare's kind of adventure into trying to find other proto-frames and figuring out what's happening. Because unlike the other proto-frames like Minerva and Velimir and Nova, during the performance, his finger gets cut, I believe, and the blood that's been infected goes on to his guitar and turns into an infested guitar. Now, I don't know if, and it's possible that Entrati actually, heck, it's possible that Entrati may have even given the guitar, with the guitar being already kind of infected with Helminth. And this was just the natural progression, because what we come to find is that over the course of the story that comes within 1999 with Temple, we begin with them essentially asking us what we know about Warframes and the idea behind the madness. And as you know, we're just kind of asking, well, hey, you know, we know a little bit here and there, and we even talk about some of what we know about the proto-frames and how they differ from the regular Warframes. You know, we give them that kind of, or give them this piece of information, right? You know, so we give that up, and they come to tell us that, well, okay, but by the way, I'm really sorry for what's about to happen next. And so the story kind of ends on that day, and we get a message from what we believe to be Flare, but it turns out it's actually Lizzy. And Lizzy speaks very much like our own Helminth, referring to us in the same way, calling us demon, and kind of having an idea already of like what the deal is with us specifically. And when we try to honor Flare's wishes to confront this thing and attempt to understand what's going on, and thus, let's say, be able to help what they want to occur, getting rid of this other entity, right? Within it, these dialogue, or these conversations with Lizzy, we come to understand that there's a kind of a disconnect in both of their understandings of what they want from each other. The Helminth kind of just wants to be whatever the Warframe wants to be, if that makes sense. But it can only interpret things based upon its understanding of things. And the Helminth is a hive mind, so it believes that, well, we all want to be together as one. So why? So you know, just being another type of entity, you want the same thing. So okay, we're just gonna assimilate you, and that's it. But like through this like kind of this dialogue that they have, they come to a kind of understanding. And within the understanding, Flare is then able to come to terms with a truth that all proto-frames themselves are going to have to come to terms with as well. That they are, in fact, on a time, their time as being able to hold off the whatever the madness is, right? Or becoming a Warframe, it's going to happen at some point for all of them. So they have to kind of embrace it. And Flare, in becoming Temple, fully embraces this and comes to terms with the idea that within the origin system, I'm guessing through memory, like how it always happens, that they are a significant part of the insurrection and will, in fact, be upon some comet that's going to pass over at some point and allow them to be at the moment there with us. Now, I'm trying to give you the story as best as I understand it, but there are pieces of it that, like, we need more. In other words, we need more. So that's essentially the story of Temple and why they are significant in the grander scheme. But again, kind of going back to what I was saying before, it's like if we needed to be here first in order for you to accept your position, how did you accept your position before we were here to help you accept your position? And, you know, get into your loops, and this is where the concept of me having, you know, definitive answers just goes right through the door, you know, right out the window. Sir, that could be. Could be. Absolutely could be. I mean, and in ways we'd be ending as we began, right? I mean, that's what everybody keeps saying. I mean, we could make it so the old war never happened in the first place. I mean, I think that's
beat me. Almost.
I think that's what I think the only people who really benefit from the old war were the Orokin. And I'm not talking about the Orokin people. I'm just talking about the Orokin themselves. Oh, I didn't see this before, but Drusik, no problem. Again, that's the best of my knowledge and my interpretation of the story, by the way. So I don't want to say that that's 100% accurate, but it's, you know, it's how I... Well, okay, but my idea, the thought process is the old war brings about all kinds of problems with the sentients. And what I'm saying is what could we change in the old war? We could, first of all, sending the sentients out there in the first place would change everything. Because if the sentients are never sent to Tau, they are never given the opportunity to colonize themselves, create a home, and then have the wherewithal to understand, oh shit, the Orokin are asking us to create this place for them so that they can just do the same thing to this place that they did to the other place. So if you want a perfect scenario, or I guess a better scenario, it would be overthrowing the Orokin before the sentients are ever needed to have that. Yeah, we'll go with this one. Yeah, and Nico, but there's a good, see, that's the perfect example, is that had there never been a reason for the sentients to go to war with the Orokin in the first place, be it like the Orokin just, you know, didn't act like assholes, or they were overthrown themselves, right? Then there would be no Pazul. There would be no Archons. There would be no need for military style sentience, period. They would be there for what they were originally created for, just for terraforming. I have not seen those thighs, but I would look. Well, it seems like to me that all the sentients were sent to Tau, the reason being that by sending them to Tau, you were able to put in the failsafe of stripping them of their recreative ability. So essentially, you kept them as tools instead of being a species. I don't know, Ember Skin there. What about Saren, though? I don't think that discussion can be had without Saren in the mix. Or Wisp. Wisp even has a little shimmy shake going on, you know. She knows what's going on. She's not stupid. Well, hey, that's... It's never been said. But... unless they became just, you know, sentient on their own out in the wild, you could very well make the argument that the catalyst for the sentience was the void. And if it was the void, well, then that adds another thing in, especially whenever you do consider the Kavia having a very similar type of scenario occur. So...
Mr. Bomberstein, we know why you act so mean. Everyone else has more than you. Everyone else is boring.
Yeah, Warframes may not ever be needed invented. That's true.
Bomberstein, we know why your eyes are green. Someone else had a sweeter voice. Someone else was the king's new choice.
It's me. Yay. Bomberstein's getting roasted. Oh, hold on. What's up there? What you got? Oh, is this a... yeah, here we go. Another one. How many principal Orc and virtues are... okay, so again, ask yourself the question. Why does the man on the wall, who clearly has some kind of connection with this, or the man on the wall wouldn't be making that... right? Why does it care about the principal Orc and virtues? Actually, Duviri's a lot like more awesomer with like multiple Tenno. Like, damn, you see this group rolling up, you're like, watch out. It's gonna be bad. Hayden Tenno is the key. Sadly, I mean, like, he may even show up. And y'all know it's true.
18 million bottles of Kuva on the wall.
You just been hammering down that Kuva like it's nobody's business, huh? Is there like a Kuva, like, bar here or something? How does one procure a glass of Kuva? Oh, I never got that before? Nice. All right. Yeah, the weirdest squad. I think we look awesome. Duviri, high in iron. Well, here's the luminous stars. Who look exactly like the Rel model whenever you're playing the World of Chains of Hair. Curious that, right? I mean, I would think that the void's where it's, you know, at least if nothing else, the void is where it comes from. So one would have to assume there's got to be a distillery somewhere in the area, right? You know? Get some half-price Kuva. Did that dude just fall off? So much for that. I love it. I call us the squad of manliness and awesome stuff. And coolness. That's my name. That's what I call it, at least. I mean, that's the other thing too. Like, and again, kind of what I was saying before, that it goes in line with what DE did with the Dark Sector thing with the ARG. That's I think a lot of people aren't kind of putting together, is that Enshroudi says that through the Dark Sector code we can transmit this out, and then we all get Dark Sector for free. Do you get it? Kuva could be a void word. Yeah, because what's interesting is that would be a new god set too, because the Orcan didn't believe in Sol and Lua. Their first belief structure was the idea of duality, right? I got it. I'm telling you, this ARG, this was one of the best ARGs I've ever been a part of, only because for the first time, the ARG didn't try to act like it was separate from the game. I guess I gotta go to the Undercroft. Where's that at? Is that where everybody's at? Am I the one lagging behind here? Minachi, yes, I'm saying that it's a possibility, because that is, at least, if nothing else, what the ARG was attempting to portray. That through the use... Oh, here's the best one.
Watching you and watching me. Wants what we have. Wants to be us. We know that can never be.
Something's waiting, getting closer, watching, waiting for its day. Something needy, cruel and greedy. Keep that hungry thing at bay.
All right. That's the best one. Can you imagine if you could run like this in real life? Oh my god, this would be so much fun. Like I said, the ARG, it was amazing. It was just so much fun because, like, they literally said to you that you're in the game. That you, that's what, and Trotty even, or the man on the wall, but the man on the wall even, he sends us a message on a phone. And it says, I don't know who you are or why you've come to do this, but, and then he just starts going on asking us to help. The continuity one? Oh, Yoshi, no problem. Go take care of that. I do mean Dark Sector, Hayden Tenno. And Trotty the Hedgehog. My little one would love that. He loves Sonic more than any other thing in the whole wide world. That Flash ain't got shit on a drifter. That's true. Yep, I've said that many times, Hugh. I agree with you totally. The player trinity. We are the third piece. And it's cool because if you ever wanted to, I just love this part. I think this is so cool. If you ever wanted a little bit of proof that you are in the game, right? If you ever wanted a little proof, just go back and play Whispers in the Walls. That's all you got to do. Because in Whispers in the Walls, when Entrati, or the man on the wall, walks down the escalator, right? For a brief moment, Kalimos stops looking at Arthur, who's on the ground, and looks directly at the camera, looks at you, and acknowledges. And the drifter, if we're saying that the drifter, the operator, was the one, that wouldn't be the case, because throughout the whole time, like, we were there already with him. In the head, right? So we are very much in the game. And like I said, there's the third aspect of it where Entrati, well, man on the wall Entrati literally calls us out and tells us. Drusik, that's something I've always questioned too, why they fly straight up in the air. I think it may have something to do with the idea that within this place, hell may not necessarily be the same way that we interpret it.
As there seems to be some sort of misunderstanding. Can I implore you to clear things up with my captors?
Sure. Sure, buddy.
My. They are hostile, aren't they? I hoped this was the last of them. Alas, no. Handily done, friend of mine. Until next time.
Thanks, buddy. I did my best for you. I really did. I put a lot of extra effort in that last one. You didn't know. You probably didn't notice it, but it was there. Oh, Kalimos is a huge portion. First of all, why do we even trust Kalimos? We've only seen Kalimos with the man on the wall like multiple times now. Not to mention, it's got all kinds of crazy ass powers for a cat. And add on to that most of the Hex don't trust Kalimos either. You said to China.
Aha! Right on time.
Like the real one, or the conceptually embodied version? You need to quit getting captured, buddy. I just got done saving you like all of 3 minutes ago.
Now, imposter!
Is that the end of it? It's got like decrees just going forever. Well, that's there's the and not to mention like the whole there's this such secrecy behind Kalimos in that like she's super important to I should say this. Hold on. It seems that Kalimos is super important to the man in the wall. Whereas we do see it go back with Entradi in the very beginning, the vast majority of the time that we see Kalimos is with the indifference. So you could obviously make the case that there could be two of them, and especially with what happened with what Lloyd talks about at the Sanctum, with what happened to Kalimos. It's almost a certainty. What do we got over here? Is it something fun or just something that we actually need to do? I mean, I would say normal cat things until she can disappear and move in a line that's like a void trail. I mean, she has just the ability to disappear frequently. That in itself to me is a pretty big deal. She has the ability to allow us to replay a mission for some reason. Oh, you okay? Cool. Oh yeah, void-derived fluid. Yep. What is Kuva? The liquid remnants of departed Orcans saints. That's actually a very interesting one. I mean, it's wrong, but fluid with void-derived capacity to conduct consciousness. See, to me, this is why I have issues with the whole timeline. Not because, I have tons of information that proves something wrong, but rather that when it comes to Kuva and its void capacity, Kuva would have had to have come after Entradi, as I understand. And the only reason why is because, according to Entradi, all other scientists, when they went into the void, found nothing. Meaning that there couldn't have been a fluid that would have allowed for Kuva to work or something like that. Or someone would have said, yeah, look, hey, we got stuff. Look, from the void, we got stuff that makes it able for us to transfer consciousness. That would be significant. You wouldn't say you got nothing from the void if that's what came from it. So that clearly came after the fact. And I think it's one of the strongest arguments that the insinuation is that Entradi did not take the Kuva ever. Because I think that's what he's trying to display, is that like I'm not going to take it now or ever again. Like I would never. And I think the other thing, like I said, the reason why I always say this too is that the arm, the length, the long arm is supposed to be a symptom of the continuity. And Entrati, every single poster that we see of Entrati, he's one of the only normal, like, main Orcan, if you will. There it is. So the question is do you think when the man on the wall laughs at that, right, that it's literally that both answers are true, and that it just finds that second answer funny because of the implications of it? You mean outside of no, I don't think we're going to get much more on how the orc and found the void. I think we have enough information to understand that the only thing we don't really get is what attracted Entrati to the void himself. Why did Entrati believe so fiercely that the void had something of significance when all other scientists, which were presumably, equally intelligent, I would say more intelligent, based upon the way that Entrati himself describes himself? That's really what we... And, the fact that Entrati is steeped in the idea of the occult, I can't help but think that there might not be an aspect of the void that to Entrati was not just scientific. What we got here? Oh, beautiful. Oh, the other thing is, too, why... I mean, I'm not seeing things that this thing... This is one of of Letty's rats. Right? I mean, aside from the little orc and antlers. Let's see, what's this one say again? Oh, the palimpsest of space-time. What is the core thesis? Everything that exists could, at any point, be erased? No. Events can be rewritten. Traces of the original persist. And again, that you wonder, is this a wrong answer, or is it the man on the wall just laughing at the fact that, like, yeah, that's possible too. But this is really what the answer is. I mean, I get that that's Terra or Sol or Lua, which is interesting because of their connotations with the hex, right? And the belief structure that they had at the time. And then this thing is, I don't know why it keeps disappearing, but we stop that. That's one of Letty's rats. Like, it just could be that the reusing a model. That's possible too. I don't want to say, oh man, there's a definite connection or whatever. I'm saying that it's possible that. I guess what I'm saying is that is one of Letty's rats. I don't know if it's meant to be that way or if it's just.
That? Extraordinary.
I agree. Let's see, does he have black eyes too? Or does he have eye eyes? No, he has eyes. He has regular eyes. I just saw it for half a second. Come back up here. Look this way just a second, buddy. Just 1 second. I just need you to just turn your face. Just one. Yeah, see? Well, it's more like a, it's not black. It's more like a Duviri eye. It's blue. See? It looks like the same one like what we saw earlier, like a vessel almost. God, it's hard to get it. That's probably the best view right there. So it is interesting that the Vagabond does have like the eyes, if you will, like distinct eyes. Is there another one? Look good. I would gladly taste the rat. Yeah, and that was another one of the tip-offs to me that we might be going to Duviri next week, because that's all the proto-frames talk about.
If one wishes to be forever young.
Okay, sorry. Oh, let's go in. And likewise, I think everybody should be interested in Duviri. There's a lot going on there.
You spread your wings, my friend.
Oh, I have my operator here. How about that? Yeah, rocking out with Lizzy. I like her little jam she's got going on too. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, she's really doing it. That's some good gent right there. I'm just going to tell it to you. That's some nice gent. Not quite as off-key as one would like, but it's good enough. Especially for some Warframe. Why can't we light these torches? I don't know. I am discount David Bowie. That's why I originally thought this was. I looked at this frame and I'm like, okay, come on now, wait a second. Not the 10th best job. There might be something to that too. That statement actually. I would take a Sanctum to Duviri connection, but I would like a Zariman to Duviri connection too. I mean, these are two of the best areas as far as lore is concerned. So them like actually showing that connection that technically already really exists if you think about it. You know, because you can get right to Duviri and on this through the chrysalid there. That would actually be pretty cool too if they do come out with like a just one that just spits bars. Doesn't even maybe like dude, it does and like has like a built-in beatbox behind. Yes, I would like that frame too. Thank you. I would like that. Oh, maybe like you have to kind of make the beatbox. That's like how you power it up, you know? Oh, well, I'm not a partner, so I don't have to worry about that story. I'll be honest with you. I made if DE wants to say that Temple is non-binary or Flare, that's fine. That's their character. If that's what they wanted to be or them to be, then that's fine. I used him originally, and it's still weird for me because I know David Bowie does not identify as non-binary. David Bowie was eccentric, would dress in women's clothing and whatnot, as transformative as a performance and whatnot. But at no point did he ever not call himself he. So when I originally said that, I just assumed that's before I ever knew, what the real story was. That I literally thought that Flare was just a one-for-one copy. I even questioned if they were actually saying that David Bowie is legit in Warframe, only because Ziggy Stardust, right? Ziggy Stardust's persona. I thought this was just such an interesting correlation to go off of. Ziggy Stardust persona, after a while, right, started to get backlash from people around them and whatnot, through different concerts, to be different people. I mean, heck, David Bowie believed unequivocally that Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin was casting negative spells against David Bowie. So David Bowie got heavy into the occult, big time, right? And you come to find out, now check this out, I think this is amazing. You come to find out that this Ziggy Stardust character is the flamboyant one, right? Ziggy Stardust has a counterpart. Ziggy Stardust's counterpart is called Aladdin Sane, or a lad insane. But it's supposed to be the dark variation of Ziggy Stardust. Essentially the one that's taken in the negativity and has kind of, like I said, become a dark mirror of what Ziggy Stardust was supposed to be. Whoop, oh, I'm sorry. I thought I went into the wrong place, everybody. I mean, I think I went into the right place, but I went into the wrong place. Well, I mean, you could look at it that way, too. Temple is absolutely a they, because Temple is Flare and Lizzy together, so. And again, I don't even... If that's what Warframe or DE or whoever, that's what they want to put into their story, unfortunately, I'm just here to tell the story. That's all I do, right? I can't sit there and say, no, I'm not going to do that because I don't like it. It's their character. What do you want me to do? I'm going to call what I got to call, and that's the only way I can see it. Zerk, I think, okay, so here... Oh, you can get out of here? Nice. So here's my thing, though, and I'm going to be very, very honest about this. I don't really care for the idea of... Especially if somebody... this is just my opinion on things, so you take this however you want. I am not about, and I've never been about, compelling anybody to say what I want them to say. And this is just me, that is not my place to do. I am not in control of anybody, any other human being. So I am never going to tell somebody, hey, you have to say this. Hey, you have to talk this way. Have you talk this way? I'm not going to do that. If somebody comes up to me and says, hey, this is who I am, this is what I am, this is what I want to be referred to, I would never, in a second, I'm like, okay, well, that's who you are. So that's who you are. But if somebody doesn't want to do, say certain things or whatever, that's part of, it's like, it's a real slippery slope when you start forcing people to say certain things, because that kind of power in the wrong hands, it could be really dangerous. So, like I said, that's my opinion. Everybody can have their own. DE wants me to call something, a particular something, I'm going to do it. If somebody asks me to call them by a particular thing, I would absolutely do it. But I would never compel anybody to say something that makes themselves feel uncomfortable, because then we are essentially defeating the purpose of allowing people to be comfortable. To me, I'm more of the type of person that maybe I just was brought up differently. Your best defense against all this stuff is to not get offended. Because most of this shit's just words. It's just words. And when this is something a lot of people won't tell you, I think, but me being an older person and being through the rigors of life, a lot of it already, I'm going to tell you something that, when you allow people to offend you, you give them power over you. You are offering power to somebody else. You are telling them that they have power over you. And that perpetuates the behavior more. The only true way to stop it, and I mean, everybody knows this because they've all seen it in school when they were young, bullies are a perfect example. You keep giving bullies the time of day and whatnot, they're gonna keep, because they like the attention of it. It's part of this. There's a deeper thing in there, and in my opinion, what I've come to find is becoming hard as a rock to what people can say to you gives them literally no power and nothing. They can do nothing against you. They can't make you mad. They can't do anything. Well, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you can't be legislated out of existence. I mean, if you still believe what you are, that is for you to decide. Even if legal aspects or legal things say something different, that doesn't have to shape who you are. Like, I get it. It's a harder road. It's more of a struggle. But it shouldn't.
With each new conquest,
the important
never
thing
once
is,
did he
if
think,
you believe
surely
in something
that
for
is
you,
enough. Surely
nobody
now
should be
I
allowed
can
to
stop.
take your power. Even legislation, you can still continue to believe
Little
in what
children
you
laughing
believe.
at me because they could solve the maze and I
That's
couldn't.
called critical thinking.
I won't have it. Solve the
That's
wretched
called
thing.
thinking for yourself. Hey, I was just here. Again, though, when you get to a point where you've hardened that the things, and look, guys, I'm going to tell you, I know this because I know it. Maybe I don't know it on a particular level that you do, but I'll tell you the ways that I knew. When I was younger, when I was 25 and 26, my hair started receding, okay? And it was funny because the people that I went on trips with, like, because I told you, I think I've said this a lot of times, that I've used to travel all over the country. And I would go on trips with groups of my coworkers. And, you know, I would be in front of women that I thought that were cute, that I wanted to engage with and whatnot. And they'd come right out and be like, oh, do you want to get with the bald guy here? Oh, and something else. I'm short. I'm 5'8", okay? I'm a short person. So when they would come up, like we would be, you know, at bars and stuff like after work, and I would go up to talk to somebody. They'd be like, oh, you're going to get with the little guy, huh? Look how cute he is. And stuff like that.
Honey.
And like, I could sit there and yell at them, and I could tell them to stop and everything else, but it wouldn't work. It wasn't going to do a damn thing. And I could tell people, I could tell my coworkers, but it was going to come out in some way, shape, or form. So what I did was I got to the point where I realized, first of all, these are just words. These are just, I don't even give a shit what these people have to say, because they don't mean anything. To me, they're nothing. They don't have a place in my life, and I don't want them there. I'm not saying that I have to be mean to them or anything else like that. I have to be indifferent to them. Which is exactly what I would do. Heck, I got to the point where I would join in. And I would use the insults as my power. I would turn their insults into ways that I could, you know, kind of in a funny way, like make myself look more attractive, or at least maybe humble in some way. And I would take their attacks and show them that not only could you not use it against me, heck, I'm going to use it to my advantage. And what invariably happened in my case, and I mean, this was something that I dealt with for 10 years. Because we were one of those companies that we were a family company. You didn't get fired. I worked with the same people for literally 10, 15 years before I ended up getting fired from that company. The point is, it doesn't mean shit. Me being 5'8", or 5'7", or 5'3", or 5'4", that doesn't define you. That's not who you are. Because there's people that have been and this is the way I always looked at it. Like, there's people that are 5'8" that have done incredible things. So why can't I? Why? And there's the bald-headed dudes that have gotten good-looking women. So, you know, why can't I? Well, how did they do it? And that's it. When people come at you, you take it and you shove it right back in their face. You use it against them, but you don't use it against them in a negative way, because that fuels their fire. That keeps the fight going. If you go over the top and yell and scream, right, all you've essentially done is given them a reason to come back over the top on you, even if you are completely 150% in the right. In today's world, we have gotten to a point where people's ego is more important than right and wrong. They will defend even points that they know are emphatically incorrect, if it means saving face in front of whatever group of people is important to them. What do you mean? Arcane Phantasm? Absolutely, Raze. We can definitely 100% change the subject. But if I may add one little thing as the person who's the streamer.
At this rate, I'll be home for supper.
You are perfect the way you are. You're perfect the way you are. You're perfect. You're perfect. The only thing you need to do is believe it yourself.
Show up? Not
But I mean, it's not even a question. Like, everybody in this chat is perfect the way they are. They're perfect. We were on the topic of Kuva and the chronological the problem of where it was. I hope I didn't offend anybody. That's never my intentions. I always want this place to be a very accepting place for everybody. I want you to feel good, happy when you're here, enjoyable. Like, this is a place for everybody to just, you know, set your burdens aside for a couple hours and just bullshit about Warframe. Hello. Hello, Lotus Hand. Look at my legs. I love whenever it's like they... Oh, do you really want me to... Where are we going? Oh. Okay. Are you sure that's where you want me to go? What do you think they eat in Duviri? Just mushrooms? Is that what that is? That's true. I could use some Kuva. Here's my thing. I want to know if these people are drinking Kuva, right? Where do I get it? I'm the ruler of this bitch. Give me some damn Kuva. Where's my Kuva glass? I should have like a King's, you know, with the, like chalice type deal. They eat sparkle farts and drink Kuva. Nutrient blocks. That's actually really cool, the nutrient blocks. I was looking into those. That, like, it really would suck big time to live on the Zariman, just so you guys know. Because do you remember that part? Who saw the original Matrix? Do you know that part where they talk about the food, and it's like a single-celled amino protein. It's got everything the body needs, you know, and you know, the little ones, like, or what's his name, Rat or what? I can't remember. He's like, doesn't have everything the body needs, and when you read over the nutrition cubes, like, the red ones are they're like protein, and then it's like carbohydrate, and you know, fats. Like, I wonder, do they taste good, or is it like? I think Archon shards, they definitely have some kind of serious power. They're probably void touched in some strange way, right? Oh, I don't know who I shot there. I apologize.
Wow.
This is Tenno running everywhere. Huh. See, well, I feel like that was the original food that they would have had, and then once the biomes grew and whatnot, I guess can we go under? Tam's return. Oh, I heard one. 5 tam. I'm bringing over a cadre. Oh, we got the triple nipple. Oh, what?
The smart ones.
I had 3 of them. Did you notice? Do I get triple pay, or what's the deal here?
Say to them.
Barris. You're on my list, buddy. I did triple work there. You didn't give me anything for it. In Duviri, we ate plastic. Some Duvirian probably. Oh, I know. This like I said, I remember the first time, because I was like, I thought to myself, like when we first did this, I'm like, okay, there's going to be a speed limit that's going to be, it'll be fun, but it's not going to be ridiculous. But then I just kept getting decrees, and you keep getting faster and faster and faster and faster. I'm like, holy shit, they're really doing this. Oof.
You can't put a price on a view like that.
I mean, you're right, but what exactly are we
My pa
looking
always said, there's 2 ways to be rich. Get a lot, or want little. This big sky, all I've ever needed.
All right. Are we insinuating that there's births in Duviri 2 then? Or were they just like created? Wait a second. I'll be right there. I just gotta see one thing. I heard a rumor. No, he didn't show up this time. Somebody said that the Vagabond was showing up in all 5 cycles. And I just wanted to verify if that was if that was accurate here too. Oh, on the way. Very much looks like the bottom of Intradi's lab type thing, minus the ball. Births. Yeah. That's a weird one, huh? Mathila has children, yeah, that's true. Wait, where the hell am I going? Is it like that far away that we can't even see it? Can bugs get pregnant? What the? What was that? I mean, it's like, is the idea that like one of the tech rod is going to get pregnant now? Like with that? Is that because like the Warframe already did get pregnant? Yeah, I just thought it was I just thought it was very funny, but at the same time, like, you never know where any of that shit's gonna go. With yeah, it could be just her saying something funny, or this one's such a pain in the butt. Yeah, I love the dev streams are fun, but I think the dev shorts are they're hilarious to me. True, but where one paradox exists, perhaps others may as well. Oh, there's 2 right here? That's pretty nice. you ever wonder who puts all the chests on here for us? And like consistently like redoes it every time we come down for a cycle? I suppose you can make the argument that when we come in for a new thing, maybe we like reset it all. And so this isn't the objective. I'm so lost. Where's everybody at? Am I missing something here? Or what? Whoa! Double jump king. Real nice. What? Really? I know somebody's waiting for me. I just have no clue where you were. Mainly because it would seem that I guess just because we have so many waypoints and stuff like that, like basically like my waypoint system was like, you know what, Siege, screw you, buddy. I'm done with this crap. Figure it out on your own. It's like, all right, well, thanks. I'll do my best. Oh, there must be one underneath. Where that at? You see the other one? It's actually like real easy to miss them because of the whole, because of how fast we're going. Double jump, don't fail me now. What's what you mean, like my little guy running around here?
If Bombastine could only have loved himself, he might not have yearned to become someone else.
Can I tell you what I would really like the E to work on? Like, cause it's just, look, I love Warframe, but the way that the melee looks and locks and doesn't lock on to things, and you just are like swinging all over the place and you look ridiculous half the time when you're doing it. I just wish that like the way that the melee looks, I wish they would do just something just a little bit different, like
Something's
update.
calling for you through the void mirror. Aren't you special? Get rid of those decks and see what's so urgent.
Okay, there's a waypoint way over here, so let me finally get to that. I don't know what the Lotus does. Just sits there looking out into the void now. Something wrong with her, man. I'm just gonna tell you that up front. Hey, Gemma, there's something seriously wrong with the Lotus. Mark my words. Well, I'm glad to see you. Long day at work. Hope it wasn't a bad day. Just saying. Not to mention, like, if you get into a group with a couple people, it's so hard. Not other players, but a couple like enemies. If you want to like kind of pick one out to go after, like and prioritize, it's really difficult to do. Dare I say next to impossible.
Bad guys came to party.
You sure did. Tell him, Lizzy. Tell him. All right, let's kick the jams now. So, excuse me, sorry. What a cool thing to add. Gemma, thank you so much for the memberships. Appreciate that. Coming in with the memberships again. Thank you so much. Gemma likes to bring the memberships. There's no two ways around it. She likes to put it on there. I'm just gonna say it, you know? We are doing Duviri stuff because that's what we are most likely going to see. Well, maybe I'm going a little too what the hell? Wait, why does my Ignis Wraith have 518? What? What's going on here? Why does my twin Ricotta's have 420 bullets?
Back into hell.
Lizzy, is that you? There you go. Yeah, just keep calling it Twitter. Don't call it X. Sorry, that's weird. I hate that. I hate that name. I hate that name.
You lose.
That's a good one. I Tampron. I'm very interested in Soulframe, but I will tell you that I would be like even way more interested in it if they're going to release it on Xbox. I mean, I can still play it on PC. I have my whole setup set around Xbox, so playing on PC is just kind of a pain in the ass. But if that turns out to be only dropping on PC, then so be it. I guess we'll just have to play PC. But yeah, I'm definitely going to check that game out. I'm just hoping that the people that do the story for Warframe have some kind of place in, or at least somebody had some kind of, idea of the narrative. Right? Because if that's the case, giving DE a clean slate, right? Clean slate. With all the experience now that DE has with storytelling and stuff through Warframe, through their other games too, but like Warframe is really where they kind of, honed it. And imagine with all that in that experience and all that, I'm sure there was tons of ideas that people in the Warframe writing room were essentially wanted to do, but just couldn't because it just wouldn't fit in with
a little
the vibe of what was going on, right? But this is like an opportunity for them to like literally construct a whole new world, a new horizon to pursue,
The trick is keeping busy.
And when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear that now we can go into a whole new world. Do you understand what I'm saying here?
An amusing quarry.
And then you get like the ultra OP. Oh, sorry, I thought you were a bad guy. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, Soulframe and Duviri look like carbon copies of each other, and I actually enjoy the combat. Again, aside from that one little thing, I don't. The melee just it just gets a little goofy. But I mean, if that's the only problem.
Bombestein thought his self-doubt was his alone.
Could, as long as Steve gives us the ability to turn off all of that crap, if it's becoming somewhat of a problem,
grasps all of Duviri
then
by the roots.
I'm okay with his
I won't
obsession
let
with lighting and particle
stand
effects
in
and
the
everything.
way of claiming what's mine. Get in and do what you have to.
Oh. Well, I mean, it's Nika. I think that when you make two games like this, there's always a possibility that they could marry the stories up, especially given that Soulframe is kind of set so far what would assume to be in. I will do Soulframe. I'd love to be able to come up with a couple games that weren't Warframe or Soulframe that people would enjoy. Like, oh, look at my legs. I wanna fight, but that's way more fun. How fast? I'm sorry. I know I should be doing it.
Yeah, let's play.
Let's play.
Give Armutgard to the smile.
No. Light speed's too slow. Light speed too slow. You need to go straight to ludicrous speed. What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken? Wow. So fast, I can't even. He's so fast, he makes fast people seem not so fast. Yeah. I am looking for recommendations.
Lesser voice in harmony.
Because I'd like to play. I mean, I know you all like enjoying, or you enjoy watching Warframe, but it's like I don't want every single stream to be the identical same thing that we're doing, every time, and which we already do 2 times the. Leaving?
I'll see she never sings again. It was me that gave her that voice. It's I who deserves the stage, not that ungrateful harpy. Me!
Oh, that's a good looking tenor right there. Okay.
The aura worm must be...
What dragon is envy? A hunger never sated. A gift never enough. It darkens
you know what
the
I can
sunny
do?
days with a wanting that never
I'm super
is
excited.
met.
Bombastein's bitter envy seethes with venom and spite.
This is not
So I'm looking at Ray's comment here. If you need to level your hex data, it's a bit of a grind to get the parallax orbiter, which is extremely good. But then, Chemica, I never get anything done because I get sidetracked. I'm the same way. Look at right now. I'm not even paying attention. I start out with like an idea of what I want to get done. What the hell is this one? Oh, there it is. Okay. You guys already did it. Okay. Well, works for me. Went straight to plat. Somebody stop this thing! I can't stop. It's going too fast. We have to slow down first. Bullshit! Warframe is ADHD personified. Yes, I agree with that 100%. I think I actually have said it a couple times that I think, and I play a lot of different games, and I watch lore for other games, even games that I might not want to play if it has a cool story. I'm here to tell you, I think now it hasn't always been this way, but at the moment, Warframe's story matches any story that's out there. I usually just call myself Siege, but you can call me whatever you want.
Did she put you up to this?
Takes care of you.
Yeah, I would say the parallax ship is really the only ship you need. Because all the other ones, while they do some interesting things, like I don't think anything is as useful as pointing out all the rare items on a. I mean, it's just such a time saver. That's what you know what, I want to believe the whole Ballas warden thing, right? But every single time I say that in a video, I get yelled at by the community saying, "Oh no, it's just manifestation." All right, okay, let's accept the rate then. Just like everybody, I can't even tell you how many the arguments I used to have to get into with people about the man in the wall being real. Like, I used to have to get into these long-ass discussions on the comment section of my video, which is the worst, by the way, because it's not like you can have a real discussion over a comment section. Like, I say a thing, then, you know, whenever the person has time to get around to answering it, then they say a thing, and then if I see it here, then I say a thing. But it was like, for the longest time, everybody's like, oh, no, it's just... Man on the walls, it's just the operator, he sees that in his head, it's not real. And I'm like, no, I think you're wrong on that one. No, Siege. This dude, he always thinks everything's going wrong and long.
The calm of the true warrior has prevailed.
What did you do? I'm sleepy.
Yeah, I bet you are sleepy, huh, Rel? Oh, Roy Boyle, we're already way ahead of you. Remnant is amazing, both games, and Chronos too, the first one. Race, I've romanced him twice. He's wonderful. Ballas Prime. Wonder if he, you know what? That would be the way to bring him back. Well, technically, Ballas doesn't know the Drifter.
It never ends. It is merely endured.
Think about it. The only time that he would have seen him would have been at the very end if you chose the Drifter to face off against Ballas. I don't know. Yeah, seriously, right? Well, actually, you know what's funny? The concept of the man on the wall and what he represents is in all kinds of different, like multimedia, like different movies. There's different other video games. Heck, here. Can I show you something that just kind of blew my mind real quick? This just real quick.
Go on, move along.
Now again, this is a different game altogether, right? And it doesn't have the same thing, but it's the same real concept in the game when you think about it. It's the dark end, right? Corrupted. Now check this out. This is a game called Nine Souls, if you've never seen it. This is just one thing that happened that I was like, he's following me now, right? So I just beat a boss. You can hear these whispers. Then the screen starts to go weird. Then the screen starts to turn red. You got some blood. Rap, tap, tap. And I'm like,
yes, what?
Are you moving through other games now? What is this?
Never want to live anywhere else.
Oh, I can get it. Oh, I gotta do this first. Oh, let's do the crisscross. Do 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 do.
Oh, it doesn't matter to me one little bit what color the sky turns. I think this place is beautiful.
That game, the one that we just saw, is called Nine Souls. It's actually, so there's another thing. So they talk about within Nine Souls the concept of the yin and the yang, like light and dark, if you will, right? But then,
What is it?
I apologize for if it was really loud. But there's this concept of this go-between, this energy that's the tween between light and dark, and it manifests in a like a light blue color, and it's exactly what Warframe talks about with the light and the dark and the void. Like, it's crazy how it, like, these games all come through, but that was essentially just some part in that game that I was just like, he's following me.
Whatever you may say about Duviri, it's never the same day twice. Oh, it doesn't matter to me one little bit.
Are you sure it's not the same day twice? I feel like I've experienced a couple days that
Whatever
seem.
can you be up to? Armed and unfettered in...
And then there's this one.
of Calervo's hold if I were you. It is no safe place, no matter how tantalizing the details of Calervo's crimes may seem.
Matthew, that's just like, unfortunately, public domain isn't a thing, because if it was, you could see the man on the wall moving through all these different things, and it would be legitimate, you know, like, because technically that's what I was saying before, was that if the man on the wall has somehow corrupted an aspect of the tech rot, and the tech rot can move through like time and whatnot, then really there is no... Oh, Gemma, thank you so much. Doing it again. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you. But if it can do that...
Nothing tickled your curiosity,
That sounds good. Well, thank you, Gemma. I appreciate you very much. Actually, truth be told, let me see what... It's 5 o'clock. Like we're like in the cycle, the cycle recycler. If y'all want to see something super hilarious, I don't know if anybody's interested in like music and whatnot, to the, like guitarists, but there's a guitarist. His name's Pat Finnerty, and he did this thing. He did this thing that he got sick of, like these new country stars extrapolating old songs and making new songs out of them, and that like Chevrolet was taking country these country songs, and he was pissed because he doesn't believe that any of these new country stars actually drive Chevrolet. So he goes on to their new ad for the Chevy Silverado, and he puts this thing at the bottom of it that says, "To the, or we the undersigned, we refuse to buy any more Chevrolet vehicles until you stop having people extrapolate old songs until, in order to promote these things. And until you stop doing that, we will not buy another Chevy. Also, we need you to bring back Like a Rock by Bob Seger as the new Chevy commercial. If you do this, we will end the boycott. Thank you very much, the undersigned. And there's like, literally, there's all these stuff. there's like way more likes and way more replies to his comment that there is to the actual YouTube ad itself. So much so that they literally they shut off the replies for it. I thought that was hilarious, man. So the idea that like these kind of like people coming together with corporations and forcing it, like it can really happen. If you really, really want something, you just have to get a group of people together. I swear, I will bet you within a year, Like a Rock by Bob Seger will come back as a Chevy commercial. I guarantee it. Within a calendar year, call it now. And make sure you hit me up on Twitter when it comes up, or hit me up on YouTube. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. They got me. They got me. Okay, I'll look up Zalgo. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's all kinds of... That concept is... I'm not going to bet money, mainly because I don't have any money to bet. But I'll bet you... I'll bet you the topic of a video. How's that? That if I'm wrong within a year, I'll do a post, and I will make it so that you all decide what I actually do for that video versus me deciding what it is. Better than nothing, you know? But with that being said, well, I mean, we might be going back to Tau. That's possible. Duviri could be 100% wrong. I'm just trying to read the tea leaves as I do. Yeah. You're in the no money gang too? Oh, yeah. Hey, plenty. I think there's plenty of vacancy here, by the way. Okay. Well, you can hold me to it. If within one calendar year, Like a Rock by Bob Seger doesn't come back as one of their things. But if it does, then everybody in this chat has to make sure that they go to my next video and at least like it. Doesn't matter if it's even a shitty video. It could be my absolute worst piece of crap video, garbage, but you have to like it. That's if Like a Rock by Bob Seger becomes a Chevy commercial again within one calendar year. That counts. If they use it as a Super Bowl commercial, that counts. Whatever, if it happens, this is the deal. Can we make the deal? You get to decide. But then if I'm right, everybody in the chat has to. This is like one of the few times I actually ask for likes. But I feel like that's a good trade, right? Deal. Well, Zerg, then it's going to be real easy for you either way. Well, I mean, I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to do that. If you don't like the video that you see from me, right? I don't want you to like it. I want you to dislike it or legit. Like it's one of the reasons why I don't specifically ask for likes on my videos, because I genuinely, if you're gonna put a like on there, I want you to have like actually enjoyed it. So like when I see these like counts, I mean, again, I'll take any support you give me if you like the video. But if you didn't like the video, you shouldn't like it. You shouldn't like the thing, because actually I think Warframe in the Sims version was actually pretty fun. That's right. You all have just made a deal. So, you wouldn't welch on a deal, would you, kiddos? There we go. So it is April 27th. Keep that in mind. Everybody here that's on this stream, everybody here is witness. Like a rock. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But with that being said, everybody, I do believe we have come to the end of today's stream. I very much hope you enjoyed the discussion that we had about Duviri. What I will try to do for next week's stream is maybe come up with other places that we could be going to, and we'll do kind of a similar thing where we'll go around and take a look. Maybe we'll check out some of the Zariman, or we'll, even take a trip out into the Murex and whatnot and see the sentient ships. Do we even know if Siege is a real person? I could be AI. Wouldn't that be crazy? Or I could be my other. No, I'm definitely not AI. I would assume from the sheer number of mistakes that I say with my I'd either be the most realistic AI ever, or just a normal human.